on the dot, and I ask you to stand for the karakia, please. Whakataka taho ki te ura, whakataka taho ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā tara tara ki tai. Ehi aki ana te atakura, hei tio, hei hoka, hei hohu, tihei mariora. Welcome everyone to today's Pūroro Tahua Finance and Performance Committee meeting. Could you please let myself or the Democracy Advisor know if you intend to leave the meeting? Morning tea will be around 10:30. Given we have another meeting following on from this, what I'm proposing is that we try and work towards no more than 3 minutes speaking times, if everyone's okay with that. We'll put the timer on, but and if we have more than 3 speakers in favour of a paper, we will proceed to vote, unless we proceed to vote beforehand. So if everyone's comfortable with that approach, good. I'm just trying. Look, the sun is still shining, so I'm trying to make sure that we're able to get out and get some of that while we can. Okay. All right. So, in terms of apologies, I have apologies for lateness from Councillor Rush. Councillor Wolf has indicated early departure for 12, but I hope we will be done by then. Are there any other apologies? And that's sorry. Yep. Okay. So I'll move that that we accept the apologies. Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Foon. I'll now put the motion. Those in favour, please press 1. Those against, press 2. Thank you, and that's carried. And we'll move on to conflict of interest declarations. Does anyone have any conflict of interest? Councillor Foon?
I'm on the trust of Experience Wellington for the SOI paper.
Okay, thank you. And I won't be getting you to second the paper. I'll get somebody else to, so thank you. And now confirmation minutes. I move the motion that the Pūroro Tahua Finance and Performance Committee approves the minutes of this committee meeting held on 19th and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Councillor Day, would you like to second? Yep. Okay. I'll now, any debate? No. I'll now put the motion, which has been moved and seconded. Please vote accordingly. Thank you, and that's carried. There are no items on the agenda. And just a reminder, if anybody wasn't here at the start, that we will try and keep to a 3-minute speaking limit in terms of the debate. And if we have more than 3 speakers in support, we will move to do the vote. Now we go into public participation, and we have Kirsten Mason here, representing the New Zealand Symphony Orchestra. Welcome, Kirsten, and thank you for making the time to come and speak to us. Nice seeing you in person.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak to you on behalf of the New Zealand Symphony Orchestra. I'm here today because the orchestra supports the retention of the Barnett Street car park on an all-day operating model. The car park is very heavily utilised by a large number of our players, and I just want to outline a few of the reasons why alternative forms of transport and alternative all-day parking options in the central city don't really work very well for our players. One of the key reasons is they all have instruments which they bring to work with them every day. Some of their instruments are very large and it's impractical to take those on public transport. And all of their instruments are expensive. They're far more expensive than what your average commuter would have in their backpack. To give you an example, most of our players' instruments are worth a hefty 5-figure sum. The most expensive instrument in the NZSO stable is a violin valued at $930,000. That actually belongs to a benefactor, and there are several expensive instruments on loan to our players, but they are in the players' care, and that's a consideration for players in determining how they're going to come into work every day. A number of our players are older. We have some players in their 70s, and their cars are their primary form of mobility. We also have a large number of players who have young children. And the ability to drive in to rehearsals, and the NZSO has quite an odd working schedule, is really helpful for them in terms of managing their busy lives, and also in terms of being able to spend as much time as they can with their children around the rehearsals. That's particularly important for them because, as you know, the NZSO tours a lot. And as parents, they're away from their children for a large number of days and nights throughout the year. So it's really helpful for those parents to be able to do pick up and drop off and see their children in between and around the rehearsal schedule. And access to an all-day parking area like the Barnett Street car park is incredibly helpful in that regard. Several of our players have concerns about public safety. One of our principal players was assaulted in the Auckland CBD recently following a concert. As you know, we perform in the evening, so we're all working late often, and the Barnett Street car park area is well lit. It's close to the Michael Fowler Centre, and our players feel safe moving to and from the MFC from that car park in the evening and when it's dark. A number of our players don't live in Wellington City. They live in the wider region, in the Hutt Valley, and several of them in the Wairarapa. And as you can imagine, with our odd working schedule and also the instruments, buses and train timetables don't work particularly well for them. And finally, just a quick note about other all-day parking options that you have in the CBD, such as the Lombard Street car park. NZSO rehearsals, as a general rule, start at 10 a.m, which means that places like the Lombard Street car park are already full with earlier commuters by the time that our players need to come in and start work in the mornings. Those are the only points I wish to make. Of course, if anyone had any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Councillor Pennant.
Thanks, Kirsten. Nice to see you. I was just a bit perplexed. If you're worried about safety, why would you, carrying a large, heavy instrument, want to go from the MFC or whatever to the Barnett Street car park? Wouldn't you want something closer?
Well, it's not that far, and it's well lit, that trajectory, and they're used to doing that, and they feel safe doing that, taking that route. It's not, there aren't huge crowds congregating there. And I guess my point really is it's safer than, waiting for a bus or walking to the train station.
And the other thing is, does the symphony orchestra have a carbon neutral goal and think about its own footprint? Thanks.
Yes, we absolutely do. We are on track to be carbon neutral by 2025. We have an environmental action group which is incredibly active, and we have goals to reduce our carbon footprint in all of the areas that we operate. Obviously, as a touring orchestra, which we're mandated to do under the Act, 80 to 85% of our carbon emissions come from touring. And so we're looking at ways to reduce that, both through digital initiatives, digital content, live digital installations around the country, but also talking to our freight partner van lines, looking at reducing I'm sorry, this is a little bit of a rabbit hole, I think, but we're on track to be carbon neutral and offset carbon emissions where we aren't able to reduce them below a certain level.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Foon, we'll try and keep you to the topic, but yeah, thank you.
Kia ora, Kirsten. Do you know how many of the team at NZSO use the car park on a regular basis? And if we could find another space or design a piece of Barnett Street for the NZSO and arts particularly, would that be satisfactory? Would that serve the goal that you need or the outcome you need?
In answer to your first question, I don't know, I'm sorry, how many use the car park. It's anecdotal. We can definitely find that out through surveying players. So any number that I would quote would just be an assumption, but we do have upwards of 90 players coming in to work every day when we're doing a full orchestra rehearsal.
And the second question was if we could design a part of Barnett Street specifically for the purpose of NZSO, just as an example, would that serve the purpose that you need? Like, do you need the whole car park or do you need roughly 90 car parks?
We absolutely don't need the whole car park. I'm
right.
sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure that if there were all-day spaces available for the players who need them, then that would absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you. That's really helpful.
Thank you. And any other questions? Thank you, Kirsten, for your time and sharing the experience that the orchestra has. Thank you. All right. Now do we have Ellen Blake? Yeah. Is she online? Online. Oh, online. Is she online? Oh,
hello.
Hi, Ellen. I didn't see the tiny writing. It's my eyesight. Welcome, Ellen.
Kia ora tātou. Thank you for letting me come speak about the Barnett Street car park as well. I'm just here to re-emphasise that the council's climate change emergency has been declared, that we've got a parking policy that supports active modes, and we've got a waterfront policy that supports gradual removal of parking from around the very important and highly used waterfront area. And so we're not leaving Barnett Street parking as it is a much better option than trying to encourage more people to bring their cars into the city. There's already a lot of inner city parking in many, many places. So leaving it as it is already has twice the time period that people can park as on street parking, as I understand it, not being a user of the Barnett Street car park for car parking, but I am a big user of it for markets and other purposes. I'm pleased to hear that the Symphony Orchestra thinks it's a safe car park. That's good, but I expect that Michael Fowler Centre's got much better parking and much closer, and there's underground parking there, and really if the Symphony Orchestra needs to carry big instruments, they should be able to use some of the Michael Fowler Centre car park and areas around that just as well, I would expect. But my main point is that all the council policies don't support this change, and it's really hard to understand why it was even proposed. Thanks.
Thank you, Ellen. And before I take any questions, I'll just clarify for you, the Michael Fowler Centre car park is very limited, and actually there's a building going on there very shortly, so those car parks will be lost. And also we have no underground parking there anymore because of the work around Tanaka Civic Square. So we've lost all that parking.
There's lots of parking around the inner city.
Yeah, I'm just saying about the Michael Fowler Centre. So are there any questions of Ellen? Oh, Mayor Foster.
Yeah, thanks, Ellen, and thanks, Councillor Calvert. I was going to clarify the issues around Michael Fowler Centre and the underground car park, because none of that's available at the moment. Ellen, you heard the comment that was made by Kirsten, I presume, about orchestra members being able to get their instruments there. We've had the same kind of feedback also from quite a number of people who are involved in the arts sector, but particularly those in the support industries. You know, the people who've got to go and take sometimes reasonably significant pieces of equipment, etc., in vehicles, and then set up, whether it's a TSB or whatever. If there are no other places available, what's your suggestion? Because this is clearly important for the arts culture sector.
Mm-hmm. I don't use Barnett Street car park as a car park. I walk through there 2 or 3 times a day on my way around the city, including at night. It's never full. It's never
I don't think it's an issue with full or not.
So there isn't a great big demand for that space already. So, but I do know that there are a lot of car parking buildings around, much closer to Michael Fowler Centre, that could be used.
Okay.
And the parking policy, really, if that's an issue, then the parking policy should maintain its focus on active and public transport modes, and keep that in mind, and find some alternative in the inner city, not on our waterfront, for car parking. Thanks.
So, Madam Chair, can I just follow up with that? So what you're suggesting is you would like the Barnett Street car park at the moment, until there's some other use for it, to be able to be used for shorter stay car parks, so we have more cars going in there each day rather than longer stay car parks. I
think the Barnett Street car park is a great example of a place that's not being well used by car parking now anyway, and it will be well used by some other purpose. So I think the situation that there's now is consistent with the parking policy to gradually remove parking from the waterfront and from the inner city.
Okay, I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Any other questions? There isn't any. Thank you, Ellen, for sharing your views, and nice seeing you as well. Thank you. Right. We'll move now into general business, and I'd like to welcome Meredith Blackler to introduce the report on health, safety and security and her team. Over to you.
Atamarie tātou. This is a short health and safety report because it's our monthly report, and I will be handing over for the key insights over to TJ Fowler.
Atamarie. Like Meredith just said, pretty straightforward report this month. I did just want to note a couple of things. Just wanted to note that we continue to see really low numbers of COVID in the workforce. Especially when you start comparing it to what we saw in March. I think what we have demonstrated here over the long-term trend for this year is that we can see COVID is a marathon, not a sprint, but we're confident that in the numbers that we're seeing and in the follow-ups that we do, that there's not any widespread workplace transmission, and what we're seeing is mostly coming from the community. That's then further backed up by the comparison with the community data and the really flat trend we're seeing there as well. Last month I talked about the impact that COVID had on personal confrontation numbers in what we're seeing, and I just said that I would circle back on what the change in restrictions has meant, and you'll see in the report there that there's quite a significant drop in COVID-related personal confrontation incidents, from 39% we saw earlier to 7% in May. So that's a really good indication that things are starting to normalise, and we're seeing numbers that are more reflective of pre-pandemic levels. That's really all I wanted to say on the paper.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I've just got a couple, and thank you. In terms of with since the COVID numbers are sort of plateaued and sort of reduced down, how are staff feeling about coming back into the office as well, and working, from here as opposed to working remotely?
Yeah, so we've seen a gradual increase in occupation for the office. I think we're still sitting at around about maximum close to half occupancy, which to my recollection is really close to what we would have on normal levels. outside of the pandemic.
Can I just add to that, Chair, that that's because we also have flexible working and people are outside of the office, so occupancy at desks, but that doesn't mean that we're only having 50% of the workforce coming back. The vast majority are back, with the exception of a couple of staff who are highly immunocompromised, and we've just worked through that with them on a case-by-case basis. It's the fact that they're coming at different times during the week, so definitely the vast majority are back in the workplace and enjoying it, because it's not that easy always working from home, and as we continue to, enter into a new way of working, making sure that we have the ability to collaborate and to do, those things face to face is still incredibly important for us as an organisation.
Thank you. Councillor Condi.
Thank you, Chair. Only slightly self-interestedly, as someone who's now on day 16 of my COVID with still symptoms, what advice are we giving to staff as they think about coming back to work after having COVID, and what support are we giving them, and how is that experience going for those who have had COVID?
We do have a number of staff who are now experiencing long COVID symptoms, and much like you would with any other medical related issue, it's a case-by-case basis and supporting that staff member to ease back in. We are going to be creating a long COVID guidelines for managers to see how we can continue to support, and of course we have additional leave that can be accessed if required relating to COVID to help those individuals. But we're very, very aware that long COVID symptoms are different depending on the individual, so we can't make it a blanket kind of policy or guidelines. We just need to work with each individual.
Thank you. And then just wondering, have we seen any reinfections? Because we're starting to get to the point now where we're about 3 months in where we might expect reinfections. I'm just curious.
Yeah, we did start to notice a really small number of reinfections starting from, I think, a couple of months ago is when we first started to see it. I'd need to do a little bit more analysis now that we've got more data to see how widespread that is, but my understanding right now is that that's really small.
Thank you. I don't think there's no further questions. Oh, sorry, Councillor Finn.
Kia ora, and thank you for this report. And I just wanted to understand a little bit more from you about the relationship with COVID and personal confrontation incidents and the trend that you're seeing and what we can expect, what you're thinking we can expect in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. So when you look at the content of the incidents we're seeing for personal confrontation, we saw a lot around the vaccine mandates and requiring a vaccine pass. That's obviously dropped away, and we see that in the total numbers. And so looking at the 7% that have come through in May, they're all entirely related to mask use. And so as we see expectations around mask use potentially ease, we probably see those drop off as well. But there is work that we're doing with the business units around education, additional signage to help the public understand that this is something that we need for our sites for everyone's safety.
If I can just add to that, when for the future, we're now looking to as what that might look like in green. So it's an effective control for our staff. Mask green, we know that. We're seeing that due to the low transmission in the workplace. If the government announced that no mask required anywhere, we need to be able to balance what that might look like for our staff and the public coming into facilities so that we don't escalate confrontation again, which we saw when we took longer to lift the mandates. So it is a balance. We're working with health and safety representatives, and we'll include the union on that as well, because it might get to the point it's a personal decision to continue to wear your mask as a staff member, but we might not be able to require members of the public to do that, and equally weighing that up with the confrontation we know that they've experienced, which is incredibly unpleasant and at a higher risk in our view.
Just to follow up, so are you comfortable that the processes you've got in place, you can kind of front foot that rather than react as we go through that next journey?
We are banking on the fact that it's winter and that there is a likely second wave coming according to all the news and the Ministry of Health. Actually, at the moment, it's dropped. So that's good to see, but we don't believe that there will be a green announced next week, so we have a bit of time to work through this and to, and we haven't always had that time throughout this COVID journey. Often we've had 48 hours notice, and it's been quite hectic, but we've definitely learned along the way in the last 2 years.
Well done for still being here. Thank you.
Thank you. And I suppose mask wearing is also helping with the flu and cold season as well. So some benefits. Mayor Foster. I think you're on mute.
Let's take that off. Just one question, Meredith. There was quite a bit of discussion a while back, particularly while we were earlier in COVID Red, about the amount of security that was required in our facilities to be able to keep people safe. What's the situation now? Has that sort of been reduced as we've moved forward?
Yeah, I can answer that. The security requirements have reduced, and our security manager has been working directly with business units on their requirements. In some cases, the security has stayed the same. So again, that's just a case by case and working with the direct business unit and teams in terms of how safe they feel, and also some of the personal confrontation drop off in areas as well.
So some have stayed the same, which implies that some have been reduced. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And some of that is for our own staff, personal safety, the way that they're feeling, rather than what's actually happening in reality.
Okay, no, thank you for that. And so it's something you're obviously keeping an eye on.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, well, sorry, we'll move on to debate. So I will move this paper. Just want to thank the officers for pulling this information together. It's really good to hear from this on a monthly basis, because we know things can change quite quickly, but it also ensures that we as the governing body are actually aware, and we're discussing it. It's front of mind as well, and it's good to see that the COVID numbers are tracking relatively low, and we've got people coming back into the office. I use my pulse check as how busy Mojo is down below, and I have to say it's taking a bit longer to get the coffee now, so that's hopefully a good sign to staffing. But I still see 3 staff there, and it's still a wait, so I suppose it's more people coming in and ordering things, which is good, what we want to see in the centre of the city. Yeah, the report's pretty self-explanatory. I will call on a Deputy Mayor Free, would you like to second? Okay, thank you, officers. Would you like to speak?
Very briefly, thank the staff for another really clear and informative report.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak? Don't see any names. Officers, please take, because no one wants to speak, that we are actually in full support of you, and thank you again for pulling this report together. So let's move to the vote. I'll now put the motion forward that we receive the information. Can you please vote accordingly? And that's carried unanimously. Okay, now we'll move on to the annual report format for this for the 21-22 year. Welcome, officers. Welcome, Lloyd. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, councillors. Just to introduce this paper and then open up for any particular questions you have, this is fundamentally a process and timeline paper to give you an indication of how we're going to go about developing the report itself. It's the paper and its contents, as well as the audit program, have been interrogated by the Rs Committee, so we're bringing that to you after they've had a good look through it. Our approach will be similar to the previous year's annual report, where we want to continue to build on its readability, its presentation, layout, user friendliness, and so on. And the theme of the report this year, we obviously want to synchronise with the pre-election report, but that also offers us a bit of scope in terms of the visual presentation and how we might go about that as well. We'll continue the structure of the report into 2 volumes plus a summary report, and we'll continue the focus, as we've done in all previous reports, on providing a honest accounting of performance, which is an important part of the annual report. And I'd note that the annual report is one of the few documents which every year tells the story of the city. So from that perspective, we view it as quite an important document itself. And we also note that the people externally referring to our annual report is only going up when we look at the number of people accessing through our website and downloads and so on. So I think that has a little bit to do with the strides we've made on the presentation of the report over the last few years itself. I'll just ask Bronwyn whether she has any final concluding comments. Then any questions we'll be happy to field.
Yes, morning councillors. A couple of things I just want to reinforce. This is the first year of this LTP, so we will have a slightly different structure in that we will have a whole section on our community wellbeings, on the community outcomes this time. Obviously, we'll have a continuation of our response to COVID and the changing times and the different lockdowns. We will also have a response on the audit material matters of interest, and matters of emphasis, which are likely to arise out of their audit. We may have a position on that for, you'll see the development of the report in 3 stages. We have got our pre-final audit that's happening in a couple of weeks, and we may get some feels from audit at that time, but the full audit doesn't happen until that October-November period. So the 3 stages that you'll see. In your August meeting, you will see the progress update, the performance results, and a first look at the imagery. At the Rs workshops is your opportunity to see the detail. So that will have the full financials and the full content of the document, but it won't be mocked up into like a design version. And then the full document, what we call the near final, will be presented on the 29th of September. So if you can make yourselves available to partake in those workshops along the way, that would be appreciated. We can still accept feedback outside of those meetings, but obviously it's good to be there to engage with you at the times. And that is all from me. Look forward to your questions.
Councillor Condi.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks so much, team. Really great to hear, and I'm excited about the new theme. I just wanted to ask about, obviously we're trying to get quite a bit of work done prior to the election so that this council is able to give the next council as much assurance as possible. Can you talk to us about what the risks are of us potentially not meeting the goals we've set ourselves for that pre-election, those achievements, and what mitigations we have in place and what the team's doing to try and make sure that we do hit those targets?
Great question. So because the full document isn't being audited prior to what we're calling the agree with council, we're working very solidly at this pre-final stage with audit, so trying to address any matters that may be occurring at that time. We also will then go through a full peer review, a review with the business units and our executive prior to the document coming to yourselves and through an external auditor. Because we don't have those weeks of audit just before the document's previously adopted in September, we're using that time to make sure it's a very polished product.
The other point I'd make is from a structural perspective, we have a strong structure to the report from a structural and layout perspective. We're not making any changes to that. If it ain't broke, we ain't going to fiddle with it. So I think that's helpful too, because that in fact reduces your time in terms of the producing of the print versions, but it also allows us more scope to think about the visual presentation as well.
And one more comment, the main risk is if there is a material change that happens after the current council, but between the two times of when the adoption is, but that risk we take each year where there is a delay after end of financial year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foon?
Kia ora. So just, is this a normal practice to not sign off the annual report and then have a change of council? And if it is it illegal? I'm sure you're going to answer yes to that. And just that, thank you, Councillor Condi, for the question around risk. So could a new council change anything, really?
It's not been the practice in the past. The process we're following now is not unusual, where we get an election period coming in. So, and we've found in the past that that's not the case as well. And depending on the composition of the new council as well, their ability to make any meaningful changes based on their knowledge is obviously going to be somewhat limited as well. So our aim is to present a polished document which they can readily consume, that they can read through, which is really readable, and that mitigates that risk somewhat.
And perhaps, Councillor, just to answer that question about legality, the legislation is clear that the council needs to adopt it by the end of December. Yeah.
And John, just one further, it is a report of our performance up till 30 June, which of course is your tenure. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Foster?
Thanks. Just one question on page 25, and it's the approach being taken to the Civic Square complex. And the question I'm asking is, obviously we're investing an enormous amount in Civic Square complex as we go forward. I mean, the obvious thing at the moment is the money that's going into the town hall. Are we not picking that up as we go through? And if not, why not? In other words, if we spend $50 million this year on it, why don't we reflect that?
I'll have to investigate that further, Mayor, and come back to you on that point. I'm not sure I understand the actual question you're making in the context of the annual report.
Well, what it's talking about on there is that the Civic Square complex has a carrying value of $50 million as at 30th of June, measured at historical costs, etc. I'm just wondering whether and it's talking about impairment, but what it's not doing is anywhere indicating that as we're spending money on, if you like, unimpairing the assets and improving the assets, strengthening them, etc., that's going to be reflected in our books, or how that's going to be reflected in our books, in terms of the way.
I understand.
Yeah.
I'll ask our finance team to come and just respond to that one to you.
Thank you.
Can I just clarify? I think, Mayor, you also, because if we're looking at the hard copy, it's in the attachment audit risks and issues, and it's got a little number of 5.
Yeah, that's right.
It's actually part of the audit plan that our auditors have prepared, identifying the areas that they're going to focus on.
Yeah, but that's what's drawn the question anyway.
Can.
So essentially the buildings will be reinstated and they'll be capitalised once we've finished them.
Okay, so we don't recognise them on the way through as we're spending the money, only when they're completed.
They sit in WIP.
Right, okay.
And that's work in progress, isn't it?
Work in progress.
Yeah, that's right. Not everyone will know.
So is WIP an asset or not?
Yes, work in
progress.
It is.
Okay, well, that's cool. That's fine. At least we're reflecting it. That's all I needed to know. That's cool. Thank you.
Okay, was there any other questions, Mayor? No. Okay, I've just got a question around the audit risks and issues and the focus areas that Audit New Zealand have identified. Is this more than normal, or is it roughly this? It just seems quite a lot.
When we engaged with our auditor, we did highlight that it does seem a lot, but that's kind of where they're at. So we've got to probably respond to that.
Also, Chair, this is the plan for the year. Normally we would conduct 3 audits throughout the year. We'd have the interim in January, February. We didn't have this year because of COVID, so we're kind of condensing important matters into this pre-final final, and then, as I said, we get another review of it later, so we've kind of split it up over the year to achieve this plan.
So, but does the volume of this of the content of their audit actually mean that it puts even more, a risk of actually achieving the dates, because we know, ensuring that there is resourcing capacity with our auditors to actually do the work?
I think a lot of the matters you see in there, whilst they're teased out in some detail, that they have looked at in the past and do look at. Whether they have the capacity is they've assured us they do, and that is their plan, and that was a question in particular that was interrogated at the Hours Committee at some length. So at this stage we have no indication to say that they will not be able to necessarily deliver on that plan which they put in front of us. Having said that, obviously the doing as much as we can earlier actually helps mitigate that risk somewhat. The list of things in there, of course, whilst the list does seem a bit longer, and I can understand the question, there won't always be the same level of emphasis on every point. Some things will be simple and straightforward, others will be more detailed.
And so is there a priority to all these matters, or are they just all going to be looked at with the same level of assurance?
The document does include a section on materiality, so where there isn't as greater emphasis, that has been indicated in the documents, but we do work very closely with the team and address their concerns as they're raised, and we have found in the past we can move on quite quickly through areas that aren't so much of a concern.
Can Chair, the other thing to point out is that a number of the issues identified are more or less updates on previous work, so they're really just checking on progress as opposed to brand new kind of areas of focus.
Thank you. So we've got Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, thank you. And I note that we are a priority council, but I wonder what obligations does Audit New Zealand have to actually complete the audit in the timeframe that's been outlined? What happens if for some reason they decide they're not ready and they don't?
At the end of the day, the ultimate target is by the end of December. That's set out in legislation. So they're committed to doing that. The other thing that they've got, of course, is resourcing challenges like many other organisations, but also they've got a very heavy workload with government agencies which have other statutory deadlines that they must meet. And of course, with our particular audit, they're really wanting to have Wellington Water audit complete before they move on to ours. Or one is fundamental to, or that one is fundamental to ours. So they are aware of it. It's probably not the ideal world that an audit's not completed before the end of a triennium, but we're in unusual times.
Can I just dig down a bit more into that? What is the specific risk to us if we don't get that audit, and what are the levers that we have to require it to be done?
I think it comes down to active engagement with our auditors, clearing out any issues that that they might be focused on, making sure that we've got all the information to them so that there is really no excuse for why they cannot complete the audit. They have got it planned and scheduled. They've committed to this audit plan, and to answer your question, what are the consequences? Well, we just need to keep the pressure on and do our side of the bargain well, so that there are no excuses.
They also report into the Office of the Auditor General, which is, so I'm sure that if there are aspects that are not being able to deliver, that the matter would certainly be escalated up to the government level.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? No? Okay. Well, look, let's go into... I'm happy to move these recommendations. I think we've covered off quite a bit in the questions and answers, but just to note that over the last year or two, we understand with COVID and the capacity of Audit New Zealand to actually also complete the audit, that even this timetable may be subject to change. But I think we've just got to make sure that the various committees are kept informed, pre-election, post-election, so that we can make sure there's as smooth a process as possible. And yes, but at least it's good to have a plan. So do I have a seconder? Councillor Foon, would you like to second? Thank you. Would you like to speak?
Just that I also applaud officers working on the design aspect. I understand it just, does help engagement and, so thanks for that side too.
Would anybody else like to speak? No? And thank you, Councillor Foon, for that comment about design, because I think what we've got to ensure that the person, the average person out there actually understands what we've actually achieved over the 12 months and what some of the challenges. So I think it's, and I thank our officers for the work they've been doing around the quarterly reporting as well, to try and simplify some of the information and hone in on key information. So, as there's no further debate, I'll put the recommendations forward and ask you to vote. And that's carried unanimously. Okay, now we'll move on to allocation of landfill surpluses, and I think we've got Richard Marshall and Alsha Vaughan as well. Thank you. Welcome. And
Morena, councillors. So I'll introduce this paper, which is allocation of landfill surpluses. It basically meets the requirements of the resolution that was made in December 2021 for us to bring a policy framework back to, it was Infrastructure Committee, but given that that didn't occur in June or isn't occurring in June, it's come to this committee. The intent of the framework's to fund waste minimisation activities from our landfill surpluses, and especially with focus on those surpluses that are generated by landfill profits, essentially. It provides for additional funding for our waste minimisation seed fund, which is quite substantial in terms of the increases compared to what is allocated currently. So we're happy to answer any questions.
Any question? I do have one question, and that was around recommendation 4 and developing a quarterly report on the progress of the Zero Waste Programme. So is that, I know you're reporting into the Infrastructure Committee, would that also be something that would also come through in the quarterly performance reporting of the council as a whole? Or is this, and maybe, I know Councillor Foons, this was your addition, so I'm really just interested to understand is how we will be reporting it.
Yep. Yeah. So the Zero Waste Programme is a collection of projects, so it's appropriate that it comes in through that, because that's the the avenue for reporting on projects, and it is infrastructure, so the infrastructure committee is the relevant place to have that reporting, I think. And we wouldn't be doubling up by putting it in the quarterly report.
But is it not part of the overall performance of the council? So and that might be just something to take away, because just so we don't lose the big picture as well.
Yep. So we don't actually have a defined zero waste strategy at the moment, a council strategy. We have our WMMP, which is a 6-year plan. Part of the waste minimisation program will be the development of a strategy. And I think once we have that strategy, that will have with it a set of KPIs, and that could potentially then come through the quarterly report process.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pennant?
Thanks, Siobhan. It's good to see this paper here. Sorry, am I missing something? Are we only now acting on the 2020 recommendation?
So that came up in December, yes. So in December 2021, there was discussion around the 2020 recommendation, and that's where this resolution arose from that.
But it has taken a long time.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And just the other thing, I just wanted to understand the breakdown of all these surpluses. I just didn't quite get that, because look, any money is welcome, obviously, but it just didn't look like it was that much in relation to the overall revenue. So I know we've got our carbon targets to meet, and we've got to fund, recycling and everything.
Through you, Chair. There is these two funds there, which are ring fenced, and they have to be used for certain purposes as specified in the WMMP. So one is the levy that comes back through the Ministry of Environment, and that's, from memory, sitting at about 1.7 million. And then we've got the landfill surpluses, which is sitting at about 10 million. So that's currently the funds that are sitting there at the moment.
So the 10 million is mostly used for recycling and carbon offsets?
It's used for a number of purposes.
So what's the breakdown exactly? I was just trying to... I'm sorry if I missed it in the report. Sorry, I've been reading so many reports.
I don't think we've got that detail, but we can get that for you.
Yeah, because I guess I'm just trying to understand, is this actually a significant increase or not? It's just because it just didn't seem that big. And obviously my point is around the carbon offsets, is that we shouldn't be spending money on carbon offsets. We should be spending money on things that actually reduce waste. So obviously we want to move away from that. So yeah, maybe just offline, if you could send a breakdown of that, that would be helpful.
Thank you. Mayor Foster?
Look, thank you. I think I've got 3 or 4 questions. First one of them is just the overall financial position. It's good to have the 5 years there. What's your projection going forward, particularly as we move from having the landfill as it is at the moment to a smaller landfill? We're obviously going to try and drive the amount of waste down. And so what's the projection looking like for the future in terms of the finances that are going to be available from landfill to be able to pay for waste minimisation and for recycling, etc.? And then the second part of that question is, how quickly does the surplus have to be spent? Or does it just have to be held in that sort of fund and spent over a period of time?
Through you, Chair. Mr. Mayor, the funds are just kept ring-fenced, so they're designed to be spent in a particular purpose under the Act. And the vehicle that you can use for that is the Waste Minimisation Management Policy. If you put your projects and initiatives and outcomes you want to achieve in that plan, then you can then free up the funds to be able to fund that.
So it doesn't have to be done in any particular time frame?
That's correct.
Okay, right, cool. And the financial position going forward?
From memory, in the LTP, the landfill is continuing with surpluses based on the current work program and initiatives that you've set currently. Of course, that's subject to change with future councils.
I guess my question really is that 2026, the expectation is we essentially the landfill as it currently is full, and we're expecting to have or intending to have the smaller piggyback landfill, but obviously we're driving to reduce waste. So the question is, what are the numbers projected to look like in that time frame with respect to the surpluses that are available for these investments?
I'll have to come back to you.
Yeah, and I think we've got Deirdre's just come up behind you. You probably can see, so she may have some information for us.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I just wanted to make a point that I think might help this. So the ring-fence surplus is cumulative that sits on our balance sheet. So in any given year that the landfill operation makes a surplus, and over the last number of years, because of the level of contaminated waste, we have made significant surpluses. That level of contaminated waste is very difficult to plan for. So while we have a positive outlook in the long-term plan, that can change quite quickly. So through the development of the WMMP, I'm going to called the wrong name, we will look at those projections over the coming years and ensure that we have enough left in that surplus to not only fund the waste minimisation activities, but also to ensure the future sustainability of the landfill, including that piggyback option.
Okay, no, thank you for that. Second question, if I just find where I've got it, just on page 62, there's a very useful table there, but it says, note the surpluses do not take into account CapEx requirements. I'm presuming though that what we've done with the CapEx requirements is where we've spent CapEx, the interest, depreciation, etc., is allocated against the landfill costs, and therefore that affects the amount which is the amount of surplus which is generated. Yes, no?
Sorry. Through you, Chair, Mr. Mayor, that is really just more talking about future capital requirements. So we obviously debt fund the CapEx, and then the repayment of that debt is funded through the user charges, but which obviously generates a bit of a surplus. So what that's really just referring to is just future capital requirements.
Yeah, okay, well, clearly you're taking it into account as you go along, so that's fine. Okay, look, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Free.
Thank you. Actually, I just had a little question where I noted that in section 32, it said it's 200,000 coming in per quarter, but that's not, so that actually, looking back at the table in section 41, it looks like that figure's an annual figure, but the annual figure would be more like 400,000, if I got it correct. $400,000 per fund for the waste minimisation levy. So
I think
through you, Chair.
And we also have somebody coming up behind you as well.
Yeah, thank you. Some clarification on that.
Through the Chair, the waste minimisation levy the monies that we receive, in the first 2 quarters of this financial year, we received $200,000 because that was based on the previous levy of $10 a tonne. In the two subsequent quarters, we received $350,000 per quarter. And for next financial year, we'll receive $350,000 for the first 2 quarters and a higher amount for the subsequent 2 quarters.
It looks to me like there's quite a lot of money that's not really reflected in the numbers that we're looking at in the table of 41, of section 41. There's a lot more money than just 100,000, which looks like an annual figure in each of those funds.
That's not income, though. That's what's going out in the waste minimisation seed fund.
So what I'm driving at is I'm still not really getting what our plans are for this money and what we're doing with it.
No, understood. And again, so when we bring the zero waste program to you, which shows the list of projects, that will then provide you with much more assurance about what the things we're going to be spending that money on.
And I guess historically, have we found it easy to find projects to take up these funds that are available? Just, looking at what's happened to date.
Yes, we have.
Okay.
Through the chair.
Good.
Yes, we have. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. I will, Councillor Foon, would you like to move this paper? And I will second it.
Kia ora tātou. Yes, I am really thrilled to move this paper because basically what this is doing, it is enabling more funds that we are making through the waste minimisation levy to go towards waste minimisation projects immediately, both from our projects, but also putting more money into grants so that the community can also take on more projects. The reason why this has come about is that over the past, we haven't really seen a strong reporting process back to this council, both annually and through the waste minimisation plan, which we run as a regional waste minimisation plan. And so in my view, having been the chair of that committee and also the portfolio holder of the waste, when we were doing the portfolios, that was the gap that I could see, that we weren't connecting it and actually funding that plan. And so we've had a plan that's actually had no real funds attached. So the amendments or the new recommendations that are officer supported are basically saying that we will now run those processes alongside our annual plan process so we can see them annually, and that also the process to how that money is spent will give us, officers will give us a clearer breakdown of how we are applying the surpluses and the levy to waste minimisation projects in the future. So I think that all seems quite clear. As you know, the waste levy is increasing. So for the annual plan, I think it's gone up $20 or $30 this year and will continue to increase. And as we've heard outlined, that the actual surpluses will start to increase as well. So from there, I think what's important to say is that the landfill is making money, regardless of whether we can or can't see what that's going to look like in the future. So we do have a surplus of $10 million sitting in the account at the moment. And while I understand that the landfill is required infrastructure, that could really have gone a long way for our housing portfolio. So you can see that it is interesting how one area can make money, but it's ring-fenced, so we can't use it for other purposes. This will be questioned in the future. So going forward, what I would like to say is that I welcome the increase in funds for grants. I welcome the fact that we'll be able to review this through the process, every annual plan. I welcome the new framework to guide how we spend the funds, and I welcome the work for our zero waste strategy that is coming up and the new WMMP where we can put these funds toward waste minimisation projects. We've got a long way to go, and we do need to make sure we are working alongside our community. There's a lot of collective intelligence out there, and that's why I'm happy to see these funds particularly going through to the grants. So thank you for your support, and thank you, Councillor Calvert, for seconding.
Thank you, and I'll just speak briefly. Very happy to support this and the additional recommendations. But just noting the quarterly reporting, I think what we need to do is just as part of this is take a look at how we do monitor and how we do report on some of this information. A quarterly reporting could be seen almost like operational reporting, and as governors, we need to make sure that we are focusing on the strategic and outcomes being delivered. But I can absolutely understand why initially at the moment we want a quarterly report, but I think for officers, I know as committees we make decisions about an extra bit of reporting here and a bit here, so acknowledging that there may need to be a bit of a overall review about what all the reporting that you can do and how that can best come before the governing body or the governing committee. So, but happy to support these. Thank you. We next have Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. Just really briefly, I'd just like to especially thank Foon for raising this issue, because I think it was a pertinent question to ask about where the money was going. And I have to say there was some quite fierce resistance to reallocating it. So I'm glad that we've now got an approach, and I apologise, I should have asked for the information sooner, but the information exactly around the breakdown of the allocation, and I will repeat that comment that it is crazy to be spending it on offsets when we should be spending it on actually good outcomes. So really look forward to shifting that balance so that we can become zero waste. Kia ora.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Nobody online, so write a reply, Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, and yes, thank you, Councillor Pennant, also for your mahi to get us to this point. And Councillor Calvert, yes, I agree. This is a strategic approach that we are adopting now. It is one of our priorities going forward, and so. With a landfill with a lifetime, we need to start planning really seriously about how we reduce waste so that we don't need another landfill in Kandala. Okay, kia ora, thank you.
All right, we will now proceed to vote. I take it everyone wants them done all together. So if you could vote accordingly. Councillor Pennant? Thank you, and that vote is carried unanimously. And Councillor Foon, thank you. And I'd just like to say we've got a wonderful ex-dump in Kandala, has a wonderful view over the harbour. So yes, it's I don't think there's any more land there for it, but anyway, thank you for a lovely green space that's turned into. Okay, now we will break for morning tea. If we can get back at 10:50, 10 minutes to 11, and then we'll proceed with the rest of the meeting. welcome back. Councillors on Zoom, I can see Councillor Matthews. Are the other councillors back? Just leave your hands up. I know you're all suffering, the others suffering from COVID, so I appreciate you don't want your cameras on. I'd be exactly the same. Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so now we're moving on to the council-controlled organisations statements of intent, and welcome Anna Calver and Stephen MacArthur. I'm not sure who's going to be introducing this paper, but it looks like Anna.
I will, if that's okay.
That's
Kia ora
fine.
koutou.
I'm just reading my chair's notes, you see.
Thank you, Chair. And before I begin, I'd like to also, behind me is our new CCO manager, Jamie Crump. So I'd like to welcome him. He will be presenting future papers. So I wanted to bring him along today to familiarise himself with our wonderful committee meetings. I just wanted to introduce this paper by just talking about how this process has become more strategic. It began in November and during, with the drafting of the statements of intents to the CCOs, which we outlined all of our strategic priority plans that we wanted them to consider within their SOIs this year, which they have done brilliantly. So that's Ahotini, Te Atakura, Te Puki Ora, economic wellbeing, children and young people, and also our accessibility action plan. So they've really taken those strategies in mind in looking at their 3-year work program. We ran a workshop in April where we further sought to look at how we can deepen the alignment between CCOs and council, and some of that discussion has been reflected in the final SOIs in front of you. Whilst not part of this process, I also wanted to let councillors know that we have invited the CCOs to become part of our long-term planning process for the next long-term plan, starting to work on them right now rather than at the end. So they will be working with us to develop 10-year strategic activity plans to ensure we are considering them just like we would any other business unit. Probably the point to note is that 3 CCOs are forecasting a deficit for the year ahead. That's Experience Wellington, Cable Car and Wellington Zoo. We're really not sure. We've already seen quite strong economic recovery in the last couple of months, with spending at 80% of pre-pandemic levels. So the tourism industry is continuing to rebound, but we're also seeing cost of living and inflation pressures. So it's tough to put a number on what we think that is. So we are carrying that as at risk, and we'll be keeping a close eye on it. But happy to take any questions.
Councillor Pannett.
Thank you. I've actually got a few. I've asked this before, and it seemed to be a resource issue, but the reporting of all the CCOs is different. And I appreciate they're separate organisations, but it would be helpful for me if they were a bit more standardised. Is it possible to do that?
Yes, I think they would be. If we templated it for them and asked them to do it to a certain template, I think that there would be good agreement in them.
Okay, and I know the basin, for example, doesn't have as many resources, but they can always put NA or whatever, or get some help. Okay. The basin. While we talk about it, there's a lot of white men on it. Is it possible to get a bit of diversity?
Yes. Yes. When the Basin Reserve Trust does have 4 men. I think absolutely when we're looking at reappointments to those boards, we can look at adding more diversity. Liz Green, I would say the general manager is a woman, former professional cricketer, and is doing a superb job in managing that trust.
Of course. She would. Now, accessibility, I'm just wondering if we can get some more commitment for all of the CCOs to be, even going for a platinum gold standard, or platinum standard, not platinum gold. Frankly, we should be doing the same thing. I'm just wondering this is too late for this now, but they've sort of all made some sort of reference to it, but again, it's not consistent. And I think we should be encouraging them to go as high as they can.
Yes, I can make a note with that.
Cool. And sorry, just two more questions. Sorry, why didn't we get the financial information for Wellington NZ? Did I miss something?
They haven't yet had their board meeting to align and approve it with their board, and they were reluctant to give us a draft without board sign-off.
That's fine. And then insurance, an issue which causes me great concern on a whole lot of grounds. Do you think, well, and I guess it's a question for Stephen too maybe, and there was the insurance working group, that we really are taking a comprehensive enough approach. This is going to be a problem, really big one, so we need to be proactive about it.
And I might wish to add to this, but it is on our work program. We've already started conversations across our CCOs, including the stadium in terms of what options are available. But, you know, it does need a lot of work to work through what are the options, what are the costs and benefits of doing the various options. So, yeah, we've started that conversation, and I think it'll feed into the probably the next annual plan, if not the long-term plan.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Anna. I just wanted to hear from you a bit of a check-in as someone who pays great attention to the central government budget. I'm just aware that our CCOs do rely on a lot of funding from Ministry of Education or Ministry of Conservation in some circumstances. So have we identified any risks for our CCOs not having received funding from different government entities in terms of creating the strategic values for Wellington?
Yeah, there is risk there. Obviously, we want all of our CCOs to have diversity of funding to become less reliant just purely on council funding. As an example, Zealandia has just lost some Ministry of Education funding and will have to trim back its education programs. So I'm in touch with Greater Wellington and Wellington NZ about what advocacy role we can have around why those, considering the importance of those projects, and it's Ministry of Education has actually cut back funding in other areas, trying to understand why that is and what role we can play in advocating for ongoing increased funding. I think particularly with Zealandia and the role that it can play in education programs, but obviously Experience Wellington receives Ministry of Education funding for its Children's Festival program, for example, as well. So yeah, it's really important that we are aware of that and can support them where possible to secure that funding, or if they lose it, to try and play an advocacy role in understanding why that is.
Cool, thank you. And Chair, just preliminary to that, if outside of advocacy, do we think that there is an expectation that Wellington City Council will kind of sweep in to fund things that maybe haven't come through in this last budget, or are we providing any reassurance to keep some of those core programs going?
No, I think we obviously set out the services that we would like our CCOs to deliver. What we are doing, Councillor O'Neill, is through this process that I mentioned around the strategic activity planning, looking at, in many cases, our CCOs haven't had any any changes to their operational grants, and inflation has risen at a higher rate than some of the inflationary increases that we've, the CPI increases that we've been providing. So yes, we will be looking at a piece of work just to make sure that the services that we've tasked them with are relevant or are aligned with the funding that we're providing. I personally think it's important that we maintain diversity of funding levels for CCOs. Zealandia are excellent at that, for example. Only 18% of their funding is from our operational grant. So I think it's important that, we do put pressure on central government to maintain funding where relevant.
Cool. Thank you, Anna.
Are there any other questions? No. Okay. Well, I'll move to move this paper. I think one of the with the CCOs for the coming year, and as Anna has signalled, is that there will be a closer alignment with the CCO statements of intent. The letter of expectations that we put out to guide their statements of intent, that we are actually going to be aligning more with working with them as we're setting the strategy or reviewing our strategy, of reviewing our planning. So I'm seeing a closer relationship growing with them, not only council individually with each of the CCOs, but also the CCOs amongst themselves as well, and sort of really focusing on those strategic elements. As with anything, if you look at what some of our CCOs are doing in terms of they're getting funding from other sources to provide additional services. So it may be that if that funding's not available from external sources, they have to look at whether they can offer the program that they've been offering. And I think that's just a simple case of economics there as part of that. But certainly, as officers have indicated, us looking at their base funding going forward is important with all the inflationary pressures, and there's been a little bit of news about insurance costs, and thank you, Councillor Panner, for asking some questions around that. But it's not just insurance, rising insurance costs for our CCOs, it applies to our own council. How we insure, but it also applies, the rates are increasing for our residential and our business residents as well, and they're experiencing high insurance costs. And I'll give you an example of I was just talking the other day to a commercial ratepayer, and they were telling me that the cost of a building here to insure, compared to the cost in Auckland, they would only be paying about, in Auckland, they'd be paying about 10% of the insurance rate that they're paying here. So it's a significant difference, and it's something that we won't be able to solve for the city. It's something that we will need to work with all our partners and with central government as well to help, because I think this is also an insurance industry issue as well. But having said that, these statement of intents have been before us before. This is a bit like the annual report, it's just the final sign-off. Thank you. So we'll have Councillor Fitzsimons will second.
Yeah, look, I'm very happy to second. And just briefly, I want to acknowledge that there's a lot more work going on in the council with the CCOs, and I think that's really important because last triennium and in the winter review, it was noted as an area that needed improvement. And I think hearing about their role in the upcoming LTP early is a really good thing. I also think that if we do it right within the council, we can get the CCOs coordinating much better, and there's a lot of important synergies between them. And I've certainly enjoyed being both on the Basin Reserve Trust and on the Zoo Board, and I won't be declaring a conflict of interest. I don't think it's a conflict of interest for a councillor who is there as a councillor to sit on those committees. In fact, I think it's important not to declare a conflict of interest. So that's my position, but people will make up their own mind. But yeah, I just wanted to say I've got real confidence about the way this is being handled within the council now, and I hope that the energy and momentum stays there. And I just want to acknowledge Councillor Free, because her and I last triennium did do work on making sure these statements of intent come to the whole council, not just the subcommittee of the CCOs, because we thought it was important that there is that oversight, and I think that's been demonstrated as valuable. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? All right. So just a very brief reply, and it's really just echoing Councillor Fitzsimons' comments that it's good for this to come to the whole committee. But like health and safety, we need to. These are critical parts of our business, and we need to make sure that they've got our full attention as a committee of a whole. So we'll move to vote. Okay. That's closed because Laurie's taken back. She's declared conflict. Yeah. So that looks carried unanimously for the ones who voted. Okay, so we will move to actions tracking. And are you doing that one? I love the vote comment of confidence from our.
Yes, look, in terms of the action tracking, everything's on track, and there's just two that are still in progress, and they're on track to be resolved at the right time.
Are there any questions of officers? No? Okay. So I'll move this paper. Do I have a seconder, Councillor Foon? Because you're deputy chair, you see, so it's sort of. Anyone wishes to speak? No? We'll move to vote. Okay. Thank you, and that's carried unanimously. We'll now move to the forward program.
So, through you, Chair, the what you see in front of you are the agendas for the last two committees at this trinium, the last two meetings of this committee for the trinium, and I'll just highlight one that probably didn't get picked up in the annual report. One earlier was we are bringing the draft KPI kind of report to the August meeting so that you can see how that's tracking. So that's the reason that we're not bringing the financial here is that it won't be ready, and that's going through the audit and risk workshop. But this does come through this committee at the next meeting.
Thank you. Ms. MacArthur, I'm assuming that we'll have some indication of the performance of the organisation through the pre-election report issued in July. That will give us some overall idea of our performance, at least for the past 12 months.
Yes, but the year's incomplete, so it's kind of as a end of March kind of scenario.
Okay.
But in the August meeting, you will see that statement of service provision, which is really around the activities and the KPIs.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Well, I will move this paper. Councillor Foon will second. I don't think I need to say anything else. Councillor Foon, do you wish to speak? Does anybody wish to speak? Let's vote. Sorry, just looking for myself. Okay. Okay, that's carried unanimously. And now we'll move on to the late paper, which is the traffic resolutions for Barnett Street and 3-hour parking. This had originally gone to the Regulatory Processes Committee, but felt because the decision had been made by Council as a whole, it should come to a committee of the whole. And so that's why it's on this agenda. And we've got officers. Kevin Black will introduce, and Ms. Proctor again. So welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as the Chair said, this was referred by the Regs Committee. There are two traffic resolutions here, and they have been put out for consultation and developed in response to two resolutions that Council made back in February. One to return Barnett Street to all-day parking, and then the other to extend the time limits for after-hours and weekend parking. So these two traffic resolutions were developed to give effect to those February decisions.
And in terms of the paper also touches on the desire that was expressed to support the arts community. So Kevin and his team are working with other internal officers to come up with some solutions for that.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Young and then Councillor Foon.
As we've already agreed to this in sometime earlier this year, do we need to debate it now? Can't we just go straight to the vote?
How do people feel about that? We could. There's a 75% that can go. Up here, do I have a willingness of people to go to? No, it's all right. Look, this has already been before council 4 months ago, and we've. So I'm happy to sort of leave some more time for more speed stuff. So should we just? We take a. We'll vote on moving. Move the paper.
Through you, Madam Chair, the motion needs to be moved and seconded.
Okay, I'll move the.
Whether there is motion is possible.
You can ask a question. I'll let Councillor Foon ask a question and Councillor O'Neill, but I'm hearing the mood of the meeting is that we move straight to a vote. You can ask questions now of officers. I will let that process go. Yes, Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, just in regard to the one of the submitters this morning from Kirsten Mason from the NZSO, and just hearing that the arts community are saying they do need these parks, but the park is really big. So have we looked at a process, or can we look at a process whereby half of the park is available for NZSO or arts? Have we done any thinking about that?
So we're in the middle of the conversation at the moment. So I'm well aware that Gisela Carr is working with, as the creative capital manager, is working with the arts community at the moment. So I don't want to get ahead of that. She's having some conversations about what might well work for them, and then we will have a conversation about what the best option might well be.
Councillor Pennant. Oh, I'm sorry, was it Councillor?
Before.
No, sorry, Councillor Pennant, yes. Yeah.
Thank you. So I presume you will not change your position, because I feel from my perspective that submitters have made some very cogent points around consistency with our policy, the level of vacancy in this parking lot, and why we're giving... Actually, the really critical question is why are we saying there's all these economic benefits of parking when, on the other hand, we're saying remove the parking for cycleways?
To be clear, this isn't our position. We have put these together in response to a directive from council.
Councillor Pennant, at least it didn't take as long as the landfill surpluses. Are there any other questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Condi.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I'm just wondering what the effect would be, or whether we could put off the decision about the Barnett Street car park until further discussions with the arts community have been resolved, and just what effect that would have.
Yeah, I'd suggest we're open to that. It's whatever you decide.
Okay, any other questions? All right. So I'm going to move the paper, and I think Councillor Young, you're going to second. Look, this should be relatively simple. We made a decision, passed a resolution back in February, and we had quite a significant debate on that at that stage. I agree that we should be working with the arts community going forward, but we've already waited 4 months for this for this resolution to be put in place. And I think that work can carry on. And in the meantime, because the world's a changing place, and we know that as the Let's Get One Moving hopefully moves along at some point, that things will change on our streets. So this is not about not allowing any further change, but this is about just dealing with reality now, while there is a space there and it's being underutilised. So I'm happy to move this paper. Councillor Young, would you like a second?
Yeah, second, and I have no need to speak. I think I've said everything. Everyone knows my views.
Okay, so Councillor Young has indicated before we go that we want to go for a vote.
Well, if you have 75%,
yeah,
you can do a procedural motion.
Okay, I think we want to move. Was that
move straight to the vote?
Move to a procedural motion, straight to vote.
Chairperson, just a point of process.
Yeah.
Can I just clarify? Are you moving the recommendations in the paper, or are you moving that this paper be elevated to a full council committee or delayed, or can I just clarify the motion?
No, we want to move to put to the vote.
Do you want to second that?
I think we've moved and seconded the motion, which is what we needed to do, and now we're moving that we would. Is that a separate? Because. So we're moving a procedural motion. Oh, thank you, Councillor Day, and Councillor Wolf will second the procedural motion to go to a vote. So could you please? No, sorry, we have to go straight to the procedural motion now. We're voting on that, whether we go straight to a vote. Certainly. So so if you wish to go to vote now, press 1. If you don't, press 2. And Councillor Conde and Councillor Neal, are you voting? Okay.
So that procedural motion requires 75% of the vote, so that has failed.
It's passed, is it? Yeah. Okay, all right. We will go straight. Did it fail? Yeah. Oh, I thought you said pass, sorry. Okay, all right. So. Right. Councillor Pennant.
Thank you, Councillor Calvert, in spite of your attempts to stop debate. It has made me a little bit grumpy because it actually is a substantial issue.
We've got the timer on, that's right.
I think, it's very brief, Councillor Calvert, and you might all think this is hilarious. I think it's appalling, actually. We have made enormous commitments to reducing and stopping climate change. We have had excellent public participants who have called us out on our policy inconsistency. We have said that there are no economic benefits of parking. On one hand. On the other hand, we say there are. We say that we're committed to climate change. This car park is empty a lot of the time. There are parks elsewhere. I'm a little bit disappointed that the Symphony Orchestra isn't being a bit more creative about its transport needs when it's trying to be carbon neutral. This is always the response we go to. We need car parking. So I'm really disappointed, and I'd just like to again congratulate Ms. Proctor for giving the best answer of the Trainium. This actually doesn't sound like it really does have officer support. It's a political directive. It's a bad one, and I will be strongly opposing it and would like a division. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak? Deputy Mayor Free.
Well, I was wondering how long it would be before I have to remind you, Councillor, that you've saved a car park on Tinakori Road. To be quite honest, look, I won't ask you for a response, and anyway, you couldn't give one until you're allowed to speak again. But look, to be really, really honest, sometimes there are one-off special circumstances which require a different approach from the norm. And I am quite convinced that lugging great big musical instruments to give a concert is actually one of those times when you actually genuinely do need private transport. You can't take them on a bus. You cannot really even properly take them in the average Uber. You need a vehicle which is going to suit it to taking your instrument, and you need somewhere to park it. And if that car park is empty, then I think that's a resource that needs to be used. This isn't set in concrete. This can be reviewed again. Right now there's a need, and we already made this decision, and I don't see any good reason why we shouldn't actually just go ahead with the process of implementing that decision. It can be reviewed in time if circumstances change.
I think we've got Councillor Day and then Councillor Foon. Was Councillor Foon? Oh, were you talking? Now, okay, so I don't want to, okay, so can I go to Councillor Young, Councillor Foon, Councillor Day, and then we've got a couple of more hands. And if we have three in support, or we'll go to the vote, or as for speakers against. So I just want to be quite clear about. So we're going to go Councillor Young, Councillor Foon, Councillor Day, Councillor Condi, Councillor O'Neill. Is everyone? I think everyone's okay with that. So let's proceed.
Okay, so I would just like to say I support this. One of the reasons, well, in fact, the main reason is that we boast of being the cultural capital. We are the home of the New Zealand Symphony Orchestra, one of the finest orchestras in the world, and also Orchestra Wellington. And we have to be helpful, because I wouldn't want to carry a 1.8 metre double bass on a bus, on a bicycle, or even at a further away car park. And so I fully support this. We have to do our best to help our cultural capital reputation.
Thank you. Councillor Foon.
Kia ora. In my view, particularly Barnett Street, this is a waste of space, and actually officers are saying that this car park with the short term hasn't had the chance post-COVID for people to know that it is short-term parking. All the comments that I'm hearing on the street that people are wanting short-term parking, not long-term parking, and we're just going to take away that option that supports our local businesses, because that's what they're saying they need. And I also think we could come up with a creative solution, because as we just heard, the officers haven't actually been able to pull that together to work out how we do support our arts community. So I won't be supporting 3B, and Chair, could we take A and B separately, please?
Thank you. And Councillor Condi. Oh, sorry. Was it? Oh, so Councillor Day. Sorry, I'm not reading my handwriting very well. Thank you.
It's all right. I know we'll get there at some point. I do support this, and I did support this last time, and I just also want to remind councillors it wasn't actually just the Symphony Orchestra, that actually other artists were telling us, particularly down the end of town, we have a lot of performing arts organisations, and they do need to do their rehearsals. That takes longer than the allotted time if it's short-term parking. You still can short-term park, but it's just that there is option for long-term parking at an affordable rate, and I do think that whilst the arts sector is trying to pull their way through a really disrupted period of time, this is a really small thing we can do to help them. There's actually not a lot we can do along the way, and actually if this can make a difference for our artists to be able to do their work, and it's hard because we know that their rehearsal time, often they're not even paid for that, because it's not part of, NZSO may be different, but for a lot of our other artists in the city, when they're doing their rehearsals, they're not even paid for that, but they're still having to pay for their parking, so we're only making it easier for them to access that. And I think it's important to do everything we can to help each sector pull through COVID, and this is one small way that we can.
Thank you. Councillor Condi.
Thanks, Chair. I won't be supporting returning Barnett Street parking to all-day parking. It's contrary to the parking policy. We shouldn't be encouraging commuter parking, and it's going to reduce turnover, which is actually bad for supporting businesses in our CBD while they're trying to recover. I do want to support the arts, but I think we could have found a different way of doing that that would have been consistent with the parking policy. If we could have had our staff work closely with NZSO and other arts organisations to find some other solution. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. As the Deputy Chair of the committee and the person that suggested it come to a full committee meeting, I think just important to note in the report, a lot of people have spoken about there's no reason not to, given we made this decision so many months ago, but actually what we've done is public consultation. We received not a single person from public participation that wanted to see Barnett Street car park return to 4 days. We received not a single shred of evidence from officers to suggest that this would support local businesses in the area, and in fact, to the contrary. I understand that we've heard from the Symphony Orchestra here today and other artists and the like, but just to note from the Regulatory Committee meeting that it was pretty clearly not a single person was in favour, so I'm glad that we get to talk about it here today. But just to discuss, I unfortunately will not be supporting the return to all-day parking. Currently, there is the ability for performers to park there for up to 4 hours, and then they can extend it by just shifting their car around the park. And I reckon, if you're not getting a break every 4 hours, then there's probably something else wrong with the culture of your commitment to the arts. So I will not be supporting this here today. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Will be supporting this, not just on the cultural aspect, but in being pragmatic. There's also a sporting aspect, and Councillor O'Neill, there was a great degree of consultation and feedback initially on this. We had a number of organisations that really weren't looking to have that change away from long-term parking. The area is also interesting in that it's just too far away from some places to be effective, and that's in a retail sort of sense. I think that we have to mix in our parking up a wee bit to get the best effect, and I think that this is a good opportunity. I don't think I think the officers have done a good job here. I think that we have had officer advice, and I'm quite willing to follow that. But it's not just one or two organisations; it's a whole number.
I've got Councillor Rush, then Councillor Fitzsimons.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Very briefly, I understand there was support in the submissions from officers, so just wanted to put that out there. But what I do know is that all the free parking that is currently around the likes of Roseneath and Oriental Parade, up Hay Street and so forth, is all being used by people who should be using the Barnett Street car park, and is frustrating the hell out of residents. So I think that I don't think the carbon footprint actually changes. The same number of cars are coming into the city. It's just that they are parking in places that are causing them to walk further and upsetting residents. So if this could fix that, then I'd be supportive, and so I'll be supporting the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Rush. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, likewise. I will be supporting this, and I think that in Wellington, our arts community don't ask us for much. So when they do come with a request from us, we need to listen carefully, and where we can accommodate it, in my view, we should. And the capacity figures here show that we can manage both long and short-term parking. And I think there's a broader issue here that I think this council cannot be rigid in its application of parking policies, or we'll lose the commitment of Wellingtonians to our long-term vision around Let's Get Welly moving. We have to listen as we make significant change to the city, or we won't keep people interested and supportive of the change. So I'm very happy to support this. The move to long periods of parking, or the move away from long periods of parking, just makes it less convenient for people to operate in our city, and the capacity figures show that it won't make any difference. So it feels like we'd just be doing it for ideological reasons that are removed from the reality of the lives of many Wellingtonians. So yeah, in that context, I just don't think it's something I should support at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons. Any other speakers? Okay, I'll briefly just go to write a reply. Councillor Pannett suggesting that officers supported your stance, I think is completely. I thought it was quite interesting. I thought Ms. Proctor gave a wonderful example. I agree. Actually, we made this decision back in a council in February. I don't think any of us believed it would take 4 months to implement. Nevertheless, we understand the traffic resolutions process that's been through, and I think probably people that would have supported it weren't aware of this formal process, and so didn't bother to submit. But what we have heard from people is that they do, the ones who use it do support it, and we will, having only 4-hour parking limits is not getting the turnover that we want. People want a space they can park for 8 hours during the day. I think it's a great use of the car park as well in the Sunday markets, so it shows that we have got a variety of uses. This decision is not set in stone, but as Councillor Fitzsimons says, that we need to take people along with us on a journey, and any policy or strategy is not meant to be implemented in full force within a 12 to 24 month period. It's a long-term policy. It needs to, it takes time. You need to take people along with you, and you need to make sure there are viable alternatives as well. So I much prefer to see carrots rather than sticks all the time. And thank you, Deputy Mayor Free, for also pointing out that these things can change. So as the area down there changes, as we finalise what's happening with Let's Get Welly moving and the routes and all of that, then I'm sure that we'll have to relook. But we should be looking at the whole area, and not just singling one little area out to start with. So I will ask you now to vote. Oh, sorry. So, we'll take them separately. So, we're calling a division. So,
Can we also have the resolutions up on the screen as we're voting?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so we'll just do them all separately. So number 1, receive the information. And that's carried. And number 2, which is resolved to return the Barnett Street parking area to all-day operating model. So 2. Number 2. You don't have to vote 2 for 2. Number 2, please vote accordingly. just making sure that I wasn't directing people to, vote a particular way. And that's carried. Number 3.
Sorry, Chair, can you just confirm whether that was unanimous or not unanimous? Because we can only see the ones on screen.
It wasn't unanimous. I think it was Councillor...
If you can read, if it was a division, can you read the result, please?
So it was Councillor Paul. Oh, Councillors Paul and O'Neill voted against it. Everyone else supported it.
And for the first one, was that unanimous? Receive the information?
Okay. Oh, no, there's 2 voted against that one as well.
That might have been I don't think that was right, because I saw them with green ticks.
Okay, so...
Perhaps you better go back and do it again.
We'll just,
at least on one of them.
I tell you, we'll just do the vote again, because just so it's quite clear. So number 1 is receive the information. If you could vote accordingly. I'm sorry, just to make sure we got everybody... Yeah. There we go. So this is still, we're still on recommendation 1. Okay, Deputy Mayor Free. Okay. It was Councillor Pannett who voted against it, is that right? Okay, okay, so we've got that. Something so simple always takes so long. I mean, it doesn't change. It doesn't change whether the resolution is passed or not. But anyway, so recommendation 2. Yeah. So if you could vote accordingly. We have, but we're just making sure that everybody understands. So, yeah. And the only one voting against that was Councillor Paul. So that's okay. So we're moving on to number 3, which is approving the 3A and 3B. You want them taken separately? No. Okay, we're going to do 3A and then 3B. So 3A is increase in metered parking time. That's in the evenings and the weekends to from 2 hours to 3. So if you could vote for 3A only. Yeah. Okay, that's carried with, oh, that went too quick for me but there was 3, I think 3 people voted against. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, I was reading, yeah. Yeah, you can all read who did. Oh, you can't read offline. So it was carried, and the ones voting against were councillors O'Neill, Pannett, and Paul. So we'll move now to 3B, which is the Barnett Street car park, increase in time restrictions and operating hours. So if you could vote accordingly for 3B. Oh yeah, yes, yeah. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's so that's carried. The ones voting against were councillors Condi, Foon, Matthews, O'Neill, Pannett, and Paul. And recommendation 4, which is noting options for supporting arts and event sector are being explored with the sector. So if you could vote accordingly for that one. Wonderful, unanimous. Yep. Okay, so we are now moving into considering public excluded. So can I ask? So, yep. So So officers recommend that the public is excluded from the following part of the proceedings of this meeting. Can I have officers here for a question that's about being in public excluded? Yeah.
Because I actually support the paper. Staff, sorry, is this a specific clause in the FIFA contract? FIFA?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Given.
Yeah.
Public. It's public. It's not the recommendation it's going into. Given FIFA's got some interesting issues in its past about we cannot talk about this in public. Is there a specific clause?
Yes. Yes, there is. The any financial investment made by council is confidential, and that is a clause in the contract.
And so all sporting bodies, international sporting bodies would do that? Would be similar.
Yeah, it's quite standard practice for host city agreements of events of this scale to have quite stringent commercial confidentiality clauses in them.
Okay.
Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, I just want to ask whether before the council signed it, we got advice about whether it was consistent with Lagoima.
There's specific clauses within the host city agreement which protects the council's right to work within New Zealand legislation. So that which would include Lagoima and the Local Government Act.
So in that case, have you got advice about whether we, under Lagoima and the contract, reading them together, we are required to make this decision in private?
There's been no Lagoima request.
No, the test about whether we go into private is in Lagoima. And what I'm wondering is have we actually got advice about whether this is necessary, given the two provisions you've mentioned in the contract, which are that it's private, but it has to sit with New Zealand law. So when you overlay New Zealand law to the contract, do we really need to do this in private?
Perhaps I could answer it. I don't think we've sought specific legal advice on the question that you're asking, but under Lagoima, commercial sensitivity is a grounds for going into public excluded and continuing to keep that confidential.
Is this paper commercially sensitive?
The actual decision is yes.
Any other questions? Councillor Fitzsimons, it may also be where we go into public excluded, then we may be able to seek further advice, and even because I have asked the question about when we make a decision, what can we release as well, and how that that's represented. But yeah,
what I probably can say is we're happy to have another follow-up conversation with FIFA about their comfort levels around us disclosing our investment. We have had that conversation, and their advice was it is commercially confidential, but we can have that conversation again.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, so I'll move the motion that we pursuant to the provisions of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987, we exclude the public from the following part of the proceedings of this meeting, namely the FIFA Football Women's World Cup 2023 funding. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Wolf. Is there debate? Yeah, I'm not going. So I move that I'm not going to speak to it. Councillor Wolf? Yeah, so we just moved it to go. Yeah. Do you wish to speak? Okay. Then we've got Councillor Pannett and Councillor Matthews.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I presumed FIFA had put this clause in its contract, and so it is a little bit tricky, but I'll wait to hear Councillor Fitzsimons' points. If that contract is there, and I do support the paper and want to make sure that this is a success, but I guess there's a public open challenge to FIFA and other sporting bodies that why they would be so sensitive about such a matter. It's public money. Organisations like that need public support, so why there can't be a bit of transparency is a little bit beyond me, particularly when, and they're very heavily also, of course, using public sporting facilities, which are funded by ratepayers all over the world. So uncomfortable, because I think we should be able to be clear about how much we're spending, and also so that there is confidence that we are being equitable in our distribution of funds.
Thank you. Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora, colleagues. Yes, I won't be voting to go into public exclusion. This paper is not commercially sensitive, and I when I read the paper, I couldn't believe why this would be, and the reason given is not satisfactory to me. And while it's great to have partnerships and run these events, this is, we're accountable to the public of Wellington, not to FIFA. Thanks.
Okay, any other speak? Councillor Fitzsimons.
I just want to endorse the comments of Councillor Matthews. I don't see any grounds on which we should be making this decision with the public excluded, and I think that it's a bit of a shame that there wasn't advice sought about the consistency of the contract we've entered into with FIFA and the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act, because I think if there had been, we would have been making this decision in public, and I don't actually think there would have been any problems. And I appreciate that FIFA deal a lot with commercial sponsorship deals, and I can understand why there would be sensitivity around those, but when it's public money, I do think it's different, and I don't want this in any way to be seen as me being anything but excited and supportive of the FIFA Football Women's World Cup, which I think is a hugely exciting event for Wellington.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Free, then Councillor Roche.
Look, my position is I understand why it's preferable to deal with most things in public, but the advice that I've just received is that if we do not go into public excluded, we'll have to pull the paper. So I guess it's a question of whether we think that we want to make this decision. We would have to pull the paper. Because look, so that I'm just putting it out there.
Councillor Roche.
I find it remarkable that a paper that talks about numbers and projections and revenues and contributions, and we have been had explained to us contractually is private, is not being considered by some of you as subject to publicly excluded discussion. I just don't understand what else could be in this, how else you could characterise it.
Thank you. Mayor Foster. Mayor, you're
yeah. I got to ask a rhetorical question, given that we're in debate rather than asking questions at the moment. But I guess the rhetorical question I would ask is whether this is an event which has multiple cities involved who may have put different amounts for different benefit into these into the event. And whether also that we are involved quite frequently in multiple different international sporting events. And again, whether there may be different sums involved in those different events. I'll probably leave it there and ask you to consider that, because I'm sure that the answer to both of those questions will be yes.
Are there any other speakers? This is just about going into public excluded. Yes, Councillor Pennant.
Sorry, Chair. You did mention that you might get some further advice about whether it could be released proactively at a later point. So are you able to put an amendment in there to that?
I don't believe we need to do that as an amendment. We can look at it when we go into that, but I have talked with Anna Calver about this previously, and the advice was that we couldn't, but look, anything's, we'll go into the debate on the paper and we'll see what can be done. But I'm not sure what the actual amendment is, because actually what we want to try and do is get this event going ahead. I mean, that's the main thing, and be clear about what our contribution is to this. And yeah. Okay. And look, just a very brief right of reply. If councillors had concerns about this, I know we always hear from Councillor Pennant about going in public excluded. Maybe we could have alleviated some of this discussion beforehand. So, look, we need to get into debate and actually consider this paper that we have in front of us in public excluded. We do not want this to be pulled at this stage, because what signal does that send to not only our own city, but our country and the world in terms of what we will, we're getting ourselves caught up on a process matter. So look, I invite you to vote now, but knowing that if it doesn't go through, we will have to pull the paper.
We have a division, please.
Yes, we'll have a division. This is just about going into public excluded. I know. Let's just vote. Could you just vote accordingly?
So this is for us to go
into public excluded. About the only time I'll vote green. I am. I am, but I take a balanced approach.
This was also raised beforehand. Can I just be clear? This was raised with officers beforehand.
Okay, I wasn't, as chair, I wasn't aware of the extent of, yeah, I was, but I wasn't aware of the extent that people felt about it. Okay, thank you. Right, now.
For those of us who are online,
sorry.
Chair, can you just let us know how the vote went?
So that was, that was carried, and there was Councillor Fitzsimons, Matthews and Pannett voted against.
Thank you.
and Warwick. Thank you for those. I'm going to propose that it's not formal, but a half an hour break, Councillor.
Heidi, is there lunch? Sorry, we'll just talk about it. There is lunch. Do people want a half an hour break? Laurie? Sure. Yeah, do you want to start at 1 o'clock? Okay, but we will be efficient. Thank you, councillors.
Should we? Yep. Yeah, do we need somebody?
You don't have to do
okay,
that.
all right. So, okay, we'll, thank you, welcome back from Public Excluded. So I declare the meeting closed. Could you please stand to say the karakia? Unahia, 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 ki te uru tapanui, kia wātea, kia mama, te nākau, te tinana, te warua, iti ara takatu, koira hironga, whakaria aki ki runga, kia wātea, aira ku wātea. Thank you all. We just went past 12.
Right. Kia ora koutou. Right. Okay, and we can talk about that in a minute. It's good to be back to Pūroro Āmua. We're going to do the karakia again just to start us off in a good way. So if we could stand, please. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, e hi aki ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei mauri ora. Excellent. Right, well, we've got 3 papers to do. I'm aiming to have you out by 3 at the latest. Yeah, okay, well, this time we will have aspirations. Right, okay, so I'd now like to invite Mr. Hodgetts and Mr. Ordain to lead off on introducing the speed management paper.
Kia ora tātou councillors, and it's great to be back and finally finishing this paper. It was also great that we had time to answer questions and queries and several amendments that have been put to us over the week. Just firstly want to apologise to the councillors who have found this is quite difficult and challenging. I wanted to start by trying to reset some of the context here, and I'll let Sean explain in far more detail with his team what the implications of this work is into the future. But let's start with some high-level stats. New Zealand's road death rate per 100,000 people is 7.9. Australia's current is 5 per 100,000. Sweden's 2.6. And generally speaking, international practice looks at that 2 to 4 per 100,000 as a target per year. Now, this work is driven from Vision Zero. It started, if you have a look at MOT's origin to this particular program, the best practice shown in Sweden in trying to arrest road fatalities started with this concept of, no death is worth it when it comes to speed management. And they started that back in 1997 as a philosophy, and that started to push through various governments across the world. We now have Canada signed up to a very similar Vision Zero, New South Wales in Australia, Victoria in Australia, Auckland, Waikato, and at a local government level, Otago, have all tried to adopt these types of approaches. And that's why MOT in Waka Kotahi has the Road to Zero campaign. There was quite a large campaign launched publicly last year in November, and this is a substantial change to the city. We acknowledge that, and we know that today's decision is actually about setting the climate and the parameters for officers to take and start a very comprehensive consultation process with the community. So it is a major decision. This council makes lots of big decisions. It certainly has in their term. It's made some huge shifts, and so I think it's important. I can hand over to Sean now just to introduce some of the mechanics of the program as we go forward.
Sean, just a reminder, we have read the paper and it was excellent. So you just need any new information. Thank you.
Yes, I'll endeavour to keep it brief. As the paper tells you, the land transport rule requires council to prioritise locations for speed management. Those prioritisations are laid out in the paper. Using the criteria within the rule, the officers have prepared 8 options ranging from 1A and B, which use variable speed limits outside schools, through to option 6, which use a mixture of 40, 30 kilometre areas around schools and town centres and pedestrian cycling catchments. The reason for these options is because the rule does not define key terms such as near. To assist councillors, we have run a cost-benefit analysis on these options and provided a recommendation based on the net benefits of these. We have also undertaken a basic spatial analysis to understand the practicality of what a catchment would look like, understanding there is a balance between targeted limits fragmenting the city and having a legible and efficient speed management plan for the city. That has led to recommendation B in your report, which contains 40 and 50 km/h speed limits. That recommendation is designed to give Greater Wellington's public transport planners the ability to engage as part of the regional process on what the compromise between the arterials and the catchments looks like. It's important to recognise that what you are deciding today are the parameters that your officers will use to enter that regional engagement project. That process will then result in an engaged plan coming back to you. I'm anticipating that during that engagement, you will see a moderation and a compromise reached between the goals of keeping an efficient and effective transportation network and safety, particularly in terms of arterials near schools and town centres. Speed management is a subject that most people have a view on. This option we've given you going ahead to make a decision now is to ensure that this process is run transparently. It is a major operation to do a comprehensive speed management plan for a core city, a city that contains the core of the public transport network and is a freight hub. That is one of the reasons why it has been put before you earlier than the other groups. You'll notice that Auckland, which is in a similar position and complexity to ourselves, have also begun their process. It's also important to recognise that the object of that regional engagement process is to make it easier for people like the public transport planners to engage all at once across an entire network. It is also useful for the public service, particularly people like police who are arranged regionally. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, councillors, any questions? Mayor Foster.
Sean, two things, well, a number of things. First one of them is just the process that this has gone through in terms of the ELT engagement with it. Or maybe that's probably a Liam question, actually.
Look, in terms of a paper being put to ELT, it wasn't. It's been on the forward program for quite some time, and it was subject to a previous submission that council put to the drafting of the document. Sean might have further details to advise. Looks like, yep.
Yeah, I guess it's the question of the extent of the paper was probably a little more than some of us expected.
Yes. To be fair, it has been sitting in the forward program for quite some time, and it is quite an innocuous title.
Yes, I think that's the point.
Yes,
I think ELT thought the same.
Yes, so Joe will have the exact dates, but we briefed both the Chief Planning Officer and the Chief Infrastructure Officer and their direct reports on this. Largely to get a comfort for the benefit cost analysis and the construction of the options. From that point, it was then briefed to ELT, and then it has come to yourself.
Okay. Cool. Second question is, what information have we got about the current speeds, both sort of the mean speeds and the range of speeds across Wellington streets? Because I know that we do. You know, we have the traffic speed counters which are put out on a regular basis, so we must have a reasonable picture. And how does that relate to? Well, it would just be good to get that information. So, in other words, it's what are people driving at the moment without having changes being made in different parts of the city?
Through you, Madam Chair. People drive according to what they feel the conditions are, and we know that compliance with speed limits is not great in many cases. In terms of average speeds that we're seeing out there, bus speeds, for instance, around the networks, and we measure that from end to end with the real-time information, most of those core routes are operating at around 20 to 25 kilometres an hour. So
that's when they're moving.
Well, that is the moving and stopping end to end, and that's kind of the point that vehicles don't just go from A to B; they get interrupted along the way for various reasons, like signals or whatever. The average network speed that's embedded in the modelling is around 35.5 to 37.5 kilometres an hour, and that's the operating speed that we're seeing on the network. And that's the average. The range around that is obviously from stopped to legally up to the speed limit, and we know that some people don't comply with that from time to time.
So my question really is I mean, there's the concept in road safety in particular is of self-explaining roads, and a lot of our roads explain themselves in different ways. You know, some of them are wide and some of them, well, a few of them are wide, most of them are narrow or they're winding or whatever. It's to try and understand that, and then to understand where we actually need to intervene, as opposed to those which in fact the speed limits, the speed is limited by the environment already. And that data isn't, that information is not in here.
No, that detail's not in the paper. There's a tool which is not currently available in an update format called Mega Maps, where a safe and appropriate operating speed has been, I won't say defined, that's too strong a term, but set out for the city's network. And that's where we got that statistic that is reported in the paper, that more than 80% of the speeds in the city are operating at speeds above safe and appropriate speed that has been assessed. Now, the process from here is that the officers still need to ground truth that in terms of preparing the draft speed management plan, but that is an indication that the operating speed that we're seeing on the network is not consistent with the speed limit.
Okay, and two other things. You've got some high-level information, and I know Sean in particular has sort of raised some questions about actual crashes and injuries, but it would be good to get some more data on that, as well as to, you know, where things are where incidents are happening on the network, the frequency, etc. For example, I know there was a comment that an answer was given that were 2 fatalities over a 10-year period, and I go, well, I can remember 5 or 6. In fact, I can remember 6, just off the top of my head. So that clearly wasn't right. But I really want to get the data that sits behind this thing, both in terms of speeds and in terms of crash information.
So the crash information that we've reported to you, again at a high level in a summary, is that there have been 3,992 injuries over the last 10 years on the Wellington City network. About a quarter of those are on the state highway network, and 3/4 of those, roughly, is on the local road network. The 2 fatalities we're talking about, that was a statistic derived from the school children, and the parameters we put around that was people under 18 years of age involved in crashes, and there were 2 fatals involving that age group. Turns out that neither of those were people walking to school. They were other factors that influenced that particular outcome. But all that information is available. It's just to what extent you need to understand the nuances to understand the statistics.
Okay, well, at least that helpfully clarifies that. But and look, the final one is just the timetable for this whole process. Our timetable, excuse me, our timetable and the timetable for the other TAs in the region, so we get a bit of a feel for that.
So that's still to be confirmed, but the time frame that we're working back from is using our best endeavours to have meaningful change around at least 40% of schools by the middle of 2024. In order to allow us time to implement that change, we need to have decisions on what that change is going to be, i.e. a finalised speed management plan by late 2023. In order to get to late 2023, we need to go through the consultation process, ideally the regional process, or possibly a local one sooner than mid-2023. And in order to develop that proposal, and the extent of that is quite large, as we've explained in the paper, we want to be getting on with that work as soon as we can, so that we're in a position to include that into the regional process by first quarter of 2023.
Right. So the place the public start to get to see this as a proposal is mid-ish 2023.
The general public, yes.
Yeah.
Obviously, there will be a certain amount of engagement with schools and things as we develop the plan.
So can you just unpick, sorry, my last part of that question is, can you just unpick a little bit, because of course this is the definition of near and where what are important routes to schools, etc. So the engagement with schools, how do you intend to do that, and over what period?
We haven't planned that. Effectively, once the committee gives us direction as to what they want to do in this regard, then the detailed planning of how we get to that proposal by over the next, what are we talking, 9 months, is the very next step, which is why we need this decision.
Thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find, I don't know whether you answered my question from last week, but what was the actual resolution that we passed for this work to be done? What was the wording?
There was no prior resolution. The law has changed, and the council, as a road controlling authority, is required to respond to it. In anticipating that law change, that was taken into account in the development of the long-term plan, and so a provision was made in that. The advent of that interesting thing called COVID has pushed out the confirmation of the rule by central government to come into effect just last month.
So, because I think I was under the impression we sort of talked about speed management around schools. So all of a sudden we get this paper, and obviously we've had this, there's a huge amount of work gone into it, and I just don't think we realised about this, how it was on the work program. It was a priority to be done. So other than what was in the long-term plan, are you saying there was no sort of specific resolution passed?
That is correct, Councillor. This has been triggered by that change in regulation.
Right. So, and it probably goes on for Mayor Foster's, and I appreciate you gave us lots of stats of Sweden and, you know, all those good countries. I'm not sure whether they've got the same problems with their pipes that we do, but, you know, I'm just, how does this, I'm just really struggling to understand how you've seen this as a priority piece of work over and above our other priorities that we've set in terms of it coming to us now.
The reason for coming to you now is, as was outlined, in order to meet that statutory deadline, we worked our way back with the resources we have and got to a date of around about now.
Okay. So what will be the issues with the other territorial authorities in the Wellington region? Because we seem to be the first cab off the rank. Okay, yeah, but no, I'm talking about within our own region, because obviously we want to make sure we've got synergies and consistency. So
from here, should you approve the recommendations before you, that will then instruct the drafting of the plan. As that plan is drafted, we'll begin the synchronisation with the other territorial authorities. We'll also get a far better idea of what the region has planned logistically for that engagement process. At the moment, we only know that it exists. We do not know the particulars of it.
Okay, and I just trying to understand why officers have given, in terms of the recommendations, it's sort of an option rather than saying, should we go out and consult with these different options? It's more a case, this speed limit here, this speed limit here, this speed limit here, as opposed to going out and asking our communities what they would like to see. So just wondering why we didn't really have, I know there was options in the cost-benefit analysis, which is fine because that's how you're costing stuff, but I didn't really see an options in the paper in terms of different approaches. So just, was there any particular reason why we didn't see options in that area?
There was not a particular reason. We simply looked at what does a speed management plan look like, and then we recommended the option with the highest net benefits.
Okay, and do you think it would be advantageous perhaps to wait for some guidance from our regional transport committee and also for the guidelines to be published by Waka Katohi before we actually finalise what our approach should be?
The risk of doing that is condensing the work necessary to draft the plan. The difficulty we have is the plan can be drafted under a shorter time frame, but it will have a much greater resource demand from officers, and at present we don't have those resources.
Have you got resources to do this work?
At the speed it is set out, then yes, we do.
Okay, thank you.
Could I just ask a couple of questions? Where are Waka Kotahi at with calculating BCR? because that has always been a long source of frustration. Are they starting to understand it in a broader context so that you can look at the co-benefits?
The old economic evaluation manual has been fairly recently updated within the last 12 or so months to the monetised costs and benefits manual, and that new procedures have been applied to this work.
So I want to know things like reduced air pollution, increase in physical and mental well-being from more walking and cycling, that sort of thing. Is that included now?
So those benefits haven't been included in this benefit cost analysis. The business case process is about fit for purpose effort, and you don't chase everything down a rabbit hole. What the benefit cost analysis shows us is a fairly strong indication that the safety benefits of the recommendation outweigh the costs of the recommendation. And that's why it is recommended as the preferred option.
So the reason I ask, of course, is would you expect that the BCR would go up if you did include those other benefits?
Yes, and we do say that in the paper, I think.
Yeah. And just the other, Sean, you talked about you thought that the proposal would be moderated through the process. But I just wondered how that was consistent with a whole lot of directions that we've got through Let's Get Welling Moving and Te Atakura to reduce our emissions, as well as actually stopping people dying on our roads. So, like, how much moderation are you anticipating?
So to be clear, when I was speaking of moderation, I was talking about the community finding that compromise point between, say, an ideally derived catchment in our GIS systems compared to the on-the-ground experience of those school communities. And so when I'm talking about moderation, it's how does it begin to fit into the reality of the city rather than necessarily a departure from a particular approach.
Right, okay, so not downgrading it then?
Not unless the community felt very strongly to go in that direction.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Rush.
Thanks, guys. So I'm assuming that the BCR has a waiting for crash data?
The crash savings are taken into account, yes.
Yeah. So the crash data that we've received seems to be incomplete. Is that right? I mean, you've seen the email I sent.
The crash data is the crash data that's available through the National Crash Analysis System. So that the 10 years of data that we pulled is the full crashes that are on that system for the 10 years, 2012 to 2021.
What was supplied to councillors, though, was an aggregate of 3,992 crashes, and then the whole of it was subdivided up to 455 being under 18, and then there was a breakup of male and female, and some of those being serious, 65 serious. But anyway, I mean, I guess the point is that we don't seem to have had analysis of the full 3,992, but rather we've had an analysis of those who are under 18. Have I misread that?
Yes, to some extent. So the first clarification is the 3,992 are injuries, not crashes. So there's a little bit more than one injury on average per crash. So that's why that number is what it is. And the way we drill down into that data to understand what proportion of those crash victims had an age associated with them and were in the 18 and under category is the numbers that we reported. There are a number of other ways we can slice and dice that data.
Yeah.
That's what we've done in terms of the questions that Councillor Pannett was asking, and we included that in the information we circulated to you last week.
Yeah, so I mean, that's my concern is, and you've helpfully provided me with the link to NZTA's data, which has got a massive amount of data, which includes crashes in regard to speed. Just going back to your earlier point, I mean, the advice we got was not all crash records include an age field, but most did. Out of the crashes that occurred throughout Wellington City over 10 years, 3,992 fatal, serious and minor injuries. So it does seem to be about crashes and injuries anyway. So I guess what I'm trying to do is trying to understand what will be how the benefit derived of an extended walking and cycling catchment at a 30 km/h speed limit has been arrived at, because I simply have not seen data, and I've mentioned to you previously that the data I have seen in relation to, for example, the Hataitai roundabout and the Cobham Drive exercise showed that pretty much 90-odd% of crashes and serious injuries and other injuries all happened around intersections where speed, although of course travelling will be...
Councillor Rush, sorry, you're going on it. Can you just get to the nub of the question?
Point of order.
No.
Please.
No.
I don't think Councillor Day is entitled to tell me whether I've asked this question or not.
I'm not upholding that.
When? No. I got the advice.
Okay, so anyway, sorry, it's not, the objection is not upheld. Councillor Rush, can you just get to the point? Sorry, that is rambling on a bit and we have got lots to do.
Where is the evidence that crashes have arisen as a consequence of people driving above 30 km/h within either a 1 or 2 kilometre catchment of a school?
That is definitely buried within the crash statistics. The analysis that was done on the crash statistics has assumed certain reductions in the overall crash numbers throughout the network based on safe speed reductions, and that's consistent with international evidence on this matter. So we're not expecting that all crashes will disappear as a result of these interventions, but a portion of them will definitely be reduced in severity and numbers as a result of people travelling at safe and appropriate speeds.
Do you agree most incidents are happening at intersections or at lane changes?
No, I don't agree with that because I haven't looked at the data. When I have looked at that data for cycling, for instance, it's about 50-50 mid-block versus intersections.
Why haven't you looked at the data?
I just haven't looked at that detail for this particular question, Councillor.
All right. I think, yeah, there is evidence. Yep.
Do we have any evidence from the police, for example, of how many speeding tickets are being issued in the Wellington area? Do we know? Is it like outrageous? Is it standard? Is it low?
We don't know that data.
Okay.
Right. Have you finished? Any other questions, councillors? Right, nothing online? Great. Look, what we're going to do now is just make sure that we've got all our amendments sorted. There's actually been quite a few coming. I've incorporated quite a... Oh, you had questions. Sorry, Deputy Mayor, if you want to ask your questions now.
Can you explain a little bit more about the process by which you calculated the benefits?
There's so many.
There's quite a clear explanation of the disbenefits, but not so clear an explanation of the benefits to get numbers.
The main, well, the factor that we've included in the benefit cost analysis is the safety reduction.
How have you calculated it?
By applying the procedures in the monetised costs and benefits manual, and essentially when you reduce speeds on streets, there is a fairly good range around what the safety benefits will accrue from that, and applying that crash reduction factor to the existing crashes is what enables us to calculate the benefits.
Okay, it's quite a big number, so I just wondered what methodology had been used.
Well, Councillor, it is a big number because the cost of those crashes that we've seen over 10 years is nearly $1 billion, and for the benefit cost analysis process, we use a 40-year analysis period for the benefit stream. So that's why there's a relatively big number of over $100 million in terms of crash benefits.
Okay, thank you. And what comfort have officers, what comfort can officers give that people who are concerned about their bus still working efficiently or their goods and services still getting through the city efficiently. What comfort does this paper actually offer them?
I'm not sure this paper actually offers any comfort in that regard. What the paper sets out clearly is that there is absolutely a trade-off between safety and speed. And when we talk about our desire for the network to operate safely and efficiently, you know, the design of our transport system is about the safe and efficient movement of people and goods. We always put safety first in the explanations, but we don't necessarily carry that out on the street, and this is where the road to zero vision comes in, and this is where you know, the paradigm shift in this paper is promoting a change in that regard.
Is there any ability for extra investment in high quality infrastructure to mitigate some of that, some of the risks of some of the arterials staying at a higher speed, if that's what's needed to get efficient goods and services still able to travel through our city?
Within the scope of the city's transport budget, there is limited scope for that. You'll understand that trying to shift the city's transport infrastructure through the Let's Get Wellington Moving program has a price tag north of $5 billion last time I checked.
And in regard to Let's Get Welly Moving, where is it mentioned in this paper how this is consistent with Let's Get Welly Moving, and what thinking and engagement has been done to make sure it is?
So we have engaged with officials from Let's Get Wellington Moving, and we will continue to engage as part of that regional process to ensure that as Let's Get Wellington Moving makes its critical decisions for the city, they are reflected in this approach and the speed management plan.
Let's ask one last question. So I understood that Let's Get Welly Moving was about moving more people with less cars. We're fundamentally changing our city streets with a complete bike network and constant pedestrian improvements, as well as a bus network. So is it true then that we won't have so much traffic congestion because people will be using other modes and sometimes even working at home?
Foretelling the future is always an uncertain art. The object, sorry, I can be fairly obvious.
That's wonderful, Sean. Wonderful, Sean. We might.
Essentially, Councillor, it depends on how fast mode shift takes effect compared to population growth.
Okay. All right.
I would tempted to answer the question, but I'll ask it in a rhetorical sense, just following Iona's one first. So would it be reasonable to say, and Liam might be able to help out here as well, that the moving more people with less vehicles means moving more people than there are now with less vehicles than there would have been were we not to have made the intervention, as opposed to less vehicles than there are today?
Whilst I can't provide theological answers, I think sorry, Catholic. I believe if I followed that statement, then yes.
Correct. Yeah. I.e., there will be more vehicles, but just less growth than there would have been had we not made the intervention.
We'll debate that.
Well, no, that's the expectation.
Right. Any other questions? No, I'm not encouraging it, but no. I've also got the Treffins submission in front of me, so do you want to just, Councillor Foon?
This does come in spirit of the tone of which we're discussing this today. Could you go any faster? Yeah, could you go faster to go slow? Yeah, like how, in terms of timing, I am concerned that it is going to be a very slow process. So just tossing up.
If you were to instruct us to undertake a local process, then that could work, yes, Deputy Mayor, a consultation, that could work in advance of a regional process. The cost of that strategy would be to regional integration. It would also require us to look further at the resource allocations in order to provision that speed.
There is an amendment to that effect, Laurie, to help. Yeah. All right, Councillor Rush.
Just kind of lost my question because of your answer, Sean. So I guess my the question is, are we really, I mean, can we really have a consistent regional strategy given the very different topography, road sizes, road widths and urban density that each one of the sort of councils have?
In terms of a single integrated strategy, then because you are all separate roading authorities and you have different characteristics of the city, no, you can't. However, one of the reasons why we have classified using the One Network framework and are suggesting the regional process is in order to have plans that speak to each other and work in a consistent process, if not an entirely standard one.
Yeah, okay. Just one more.
Can I add that to a little bit? The real place where that needs to be sorted out is where there are common boundaries. You know, roads go across boundaries. So for Wellington City, we have one in Tahua that goes to Pūroro. Yeah. That's where we have to have alignment.
Thanks. And just one last one, I suppose, and I've mentioned this in my email to Liam, that the cost-benefit ratios of the proposed recommendation seems fabulous to me, and it seems to be remiss of either other TAs or indeed the government to not have acted on this before. Do you have an answer to why they wouldn't have?
I think that's a political question that we will address in debate.
Why is it a political question?
Why it hasn't been done is highly political. Right. And Mayor Foster, last question.
Just last question. So if we were to say, yep, we're happy with whatever it is that goes through today, if something goes through today, when's the next time the council sees it? Is that prior to going through the actual public engagement? Because you'll obviously do the pre-engagement with schools first, or is it this the last time until after the public engagement and feedback and then considering what to do with it? So can you just walk us through that bit?
If we are to strictly follow the process, then it would come back to you as effectively a draft plan after public engagement.
After public engagement?
Yes.
Okay, that was if we were to strictly follow the process. If we were to follow a process which said that the council, I mean, bearing in mind that this is this council, there may be the next council clearly have at least some difference in composition. It might like to have a wee look-see before putting its name to something that goes out.
So you have, whilst it is not in the regulation, I may have to take advice on this, you have a general prerogative under the Local Government Act which could call a paper back to council before public engagement.
Well, yes, we know that management generally fiercely resists anything which effectively is a taking back of a delegation that's effectively been given, so it would be better to make that decision at this point, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
One more.
Yeah, just remembering, of course, we don't relitigate everything every triennium, right? You know.
The point being that
yes, you do.
You've done it regularly, Madam Chair, but
because I have to, because
you had to because you're the only one who can. But Madam Chair, we're not litigating anything here. We've just got a very, very broad, high-level paper. So actually knowing what it is that the council's going out and consulting with, I think it's reasonable for a council to say what wants to be across that before it goes out.
Right. Okay. So what we're going to do now is adjourn. Oh, do you have another question? Yep. Oh God. Okay. Yes. Briefly, because I do want to get the amendments on the table.
This is around the regional process versus local, which I think is, as the chair's pointed out, will be coming up as an amendment, but it's still a relevant question. Officers have referred us to the regional process. Can I just be reminded of the reason why officers are suggesting that? And do you have any concern that there will be confusion over the regional council consulting over this and not the TA? Where that's where our public normally know that that's where we consult.
So to your first point about the virtues of a local process over a regional one. The reason we have advocated for a regional process in this paper is in order to better engage with those public transport and other parts of the transport system that work regionally, and to create the most efficient administrative system. With any strategy, there is always a downside, and that is, it is very unusual for an engagement process to be done at a scale whilst decision making is done at another scale. And so, yes, there is the potential for confusion between the role of the regional council, which was effectively to gather public engagement for you. Yes, sorry, the Regional Transport Committee, to gather that consultation for you versus your role as decision makers. That is, whilst I accept it's largely a communication problem, it is likely to be quite confusing for the public.
Thank you, Councillor Rush. Last question.
Thank you. Going back to the fabulous BCA, have you guys shared the results of that work with other TAs in the region or with the New Zealand Transport Agency? And if so, did they give any comment?
Not yet.
Right. Okay. So what we're going to do now is take an adjournment, short adjournment. People with amendments, could you just come to the front, just make sure that we've got everything so that it's as smooth as possible. Anything that can be integrated into the substantive is great. I'll leave it to people to introduce their particular one, but let's just make sure it's all sorted. Thank you. have been incorporated into the substantive, except for ones from Mayor Foster and Councillors Calvert and Rush. So that is good. Oh, sorry, your one is in. Sorry, apologies. Sorry, we've had so much discussion. So thank you very much for your patience. And I am Councillor Foon. Councillor Foon, you're going to come back to the table now. Oh no, today I'm the boss in this meeting. Right, well, I'm going to start with the wise words of Dame Whina Cooper. Take care of our children, take care of what they hear, take care of what they see, take care of what they feel, for how the children grow, so will the shape of Aotearoa. And this was in English, unfortunately. I was hoping to find it in the Indigenous language. But it is a beautiful word, and what an honour and a privilege it is to introduce this motion, because it is truly transformational, it is world-leading, and it's something very tangible that we are doing for our children. So it's with great pride that I can support this. I would like to thank the amazing work of our officers. So I'm going to say Joe Hewitt, Sandra Mandick, Nadine Dodge, who's now left us. She did a lot of the work. Sean O'Dane, Brad Singh, the Transport Strategy team, and Liam Hodgetts, of course. Thank you so much. You know, we do good work all the time, but we don't always get the chance to say we've done amazing work, and it is amazing work. The officers have been very, very prompt in responding to a government rule. Local government is often quite slow, but we have had some fast action, which is absolutely fantastic. So just reminding people, the money is already allocated in the budget. This has been well signalled. We knew the government was going to take this action. It is, of course, part of a much wider program in the climate change space and road safety. We're, of course, still waiting for work on the accessible streets, but it will come. It is absolutely critical when we talk about speed management that we talk about an area-wide approach, not just a street here or a street there, and we certainly don't need a sign on every street. That would be far too confusing. What we need is a very, very simple model where everyone knows that most streets are 30 and then a few are a little bit higher. So you've read you've read the paper, you've been assured there will be a detailed plan. There will be, if there is capacity, consultation with Māori, which is absolutely critical, appreciating that there is a burden of work. And it's very interesting that even Waka Kotahi is saying that 80% of our streets do not have speeds that are safe or appropriate, and 98% of those streets need the speeds reduced. It is very clear that there is a strong relationship between lowering speed and reducing the number of deaths and serious injuries on our roads. And the co-benefits, which of course are not calculated here, are enormous. Less air pollution, great mode shift to walking, cycling, public transport, less emissions. Those benefits are incalculable. But, you know, when you're looking at a BCR just on the basics of 7.7, that is absolutely fantastic. It is consistent with the Road to Zero goal. This means no death. No death is tolerable. We want to keep families together rather than breaking them apart on our roads. There have been some concerns raised around how this will integrate into the wider regional work. I think the question and answers that we got the other day do show that the buses will not be slowed down because they're already moving quite slowly. What we need for the buses is their own network and, of course, as efficient as possible boarding processes. But this will not slow the bus down. And certainly, as I've said to the Deputy Mayor, I do not consider it appropriate in many places for buses to be going at 40 or 50 kilometres an hour. I would like to thank the Deputy Mayor for raising the point that we could actually lead the consultation. I think when we did the submission that I was uncomfortable that the Regional Council would be leading on most of it. It's our city, we're the road controlling authority. We've got the connection with our communities, with mana whenua, and certainly sometimes going regionally does slow things down a little bit. We are a city that leads the way. We are progressive, we're exciting, and this paper today really will cement our reputation. And it does need to be seen as part of a much wider project that we are doing to make our streets safe and to fight climate change, and this is an important tool to get there. I'd now like to welcome the Deputy Mayor to second the paper. Thank you.
I'm happy to second, but I'd just like to reserve my right to speak.
Right. Now, have we got the amendments? We have. Would people just like 2 minutes to have a look at them? Yep. Okay, so we'll just take an adjournment for 2 minutes. Thank you. Yes, that's fine, Councillor Foon.
Can we be sent it?
Okay.
Can we be sent the amendment, please?
Sorry, what's that?
Can we be sent the amendment? I haven't seen anything.
Been emailed. Liz Kelly. Me free.
So I was always uncomfortable with 3 because I don't think it really describes a single process. So I'm wondering if it's actually been overridden by some of the other things that have come later.
Yeah, it's not an amendment. It's nothing. That's just what the original officer advice was.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
so how do we deal with
the mayor has suggested, and I'm going to be supporting it, to say that we are going to do some pre-consultation with the schools, then we're going to do our own consultation, then it's going to come back to council. So 3B.
And that's 3B.
Yep. 3B replaced 3. No, because you've still got to do you've got to do a speed management plan. You must do it.
It's complementary.
Yep.
3 is.
But you must, but the government actually requires that you do a detailed speed management plan. So yep.
So our officer's quite clear that if number 3 is that you will come back to us prior to consultation.
Yep. So we're going to talk to the schools first, then you're going to come back to council, and then we'll do wider.
Because I'm just reading this, and I was, it's not clear in here.
It's because we've been doing so much.
I know.
Sean, would it be helpful if we remove 3 altogether?
You need to remove 3 because 3 is a mixture of. Yeah, it's
sorry. They actually need to be integrated because they're 2 parts of the process. They're different. We're going to, very happy to support the mayor. We go out to do the pre-consultation with schools. Then we do a detailed speed management plan, which will be consulted on widely with the city, and then it will come back to council for approval. Waka Kotahi, of course, as you know, does have control over the state highway network, so they will ultimately make the decision that they make the decision. They are the road controlling authority.
I think 3 confuses things.
Sorry, but this has been moved and seconded. So, by the people that are now trying to debate it, like it's a bit.
It was supposed to be questions of any changes that have been made, Councillor, but the point has been taken. So, look, councillors, I would be happy as the mover to move 3B to 3 and make, just to swap them around if that helped. It puts them in the order of what will be done. Are people happy? Does anyone object to me doing that? Okay, so so that's good. Thank you. It's always good to right. Okay, any questions of just the stuff in red, because we've had the question and answer session. Oh, sorry, Councillor Rush and then Mayor Foster.
Yeah, Liam, I guess I'm just a little bit concerned, disappointed, I'm not sure, but I'm looking at 8, 9 and 10, which are bespoke traffic resolution processes to deal with particular zones and areas from some of my colleagues, which I'm very happy to support. But when I proposed a similar sort of thing for Roseneath, I was told that that's just too complicated. In reality, though, Roseneath has only got 4 streets.
I thought you said 7 before.
Well, I counted up 4 up to Palliser Road. So I'm just trying to understand.
Look, through you, Madam Chair, I'll take advice from Sean, but it relates to the programming of works and what Brad is able to do. And so over to you, Sean.
Yes, so speaking with Mr. Singh this morning, the procedural change to Newtown is relatively simple. The changes for other suburbs are more complex because you're effectively starting completely from scratch. That is the reason for officer support of one suburb over others.
Okay, but there is support for 3 suburbs, but not Roseneath, is what I'm reading. I'm just looking at 8, 9, 10.
So solely in respect of speed limits, there is only officer support for the change to Newtown.
And the physical works were to be done in Tahua anyway?
Isn't number 9 change speed zones on Happy Valley Road?
Our concern with regard to Tahua is that by the time physical works to improve pedestrian safety were completed, that the speed management plan would already be well underway.
Okay, and then the one in Happy Valley Road?
Whilst that is simpler than a suburb by suburb change, our advice that we've received from our operational units is that at present that is not sitting at a high priority and resourced.
So how many people need to die on a road before it becomes a priority? Because there have been 2 deaths on this. This is why I've supported Councillor Fitzsimons on.
I'm afraid I can't answer that question. I'm only conveying advice.
Right, okay. Well, could you follow that up? Because I'm a little bit concerned. Yeah.
Yes, Madam Chair.
And it hasn't, that those deaths have happened in quite a short space of time. Well, look, I don't know.
I understand the Chair's intention.
Yeah, okay, so if you could just come back to us with, and to all councillors with a written response, that would be great. Thank you, Mr. Haldane. Right, sorry, I've got a list. Sorry, Councillor O'Neill, sorry.
Chairperson, it was to suggest a process point in terms of efficiency. Would we be able to just get officer advice on just a yes or no, we do or do not support the amendment to prevent further repetitive questions?
That's fair enough. Yeah, we'd had discussion during the break, so I understand you're supportive of all of them, except for the Happy Valley one right now.
All of them except Roseneath.
Right.
Yeah. No, because look, so I'll let Joe go through. Joe, I think your summary on the material impacts of most of the amendments were quite relevant, but in terms of the resourcing able to, for Brad Singh, Mr. Singh to execute some of those other changes, I think you can provide some clarity on that as well.
So I think there are 2 salient points. The first one is that the new process, which is directing officers to consult prior to the regional process, is effectively fast-tracking this process. So if that is successful, then all these other ones that are suggested to be brought forward ahead of that process effectively become redundant and subsumed into that process. So I just thought I'd clarify that. The effect of 3B, which is to direct officers to develop a plan and consult prior to the regional process, so to develop a plan, come back to the council for approval, consult our community independently of the regional process, that is going faster than including it in the regional timeline. So the effect of that will make it.
Madam Chair, that's not what the 3B says. Go and consult the schools and the community. It doesn't mean go and consult everybody in the entire community.
No, Mayor Foster, just remember, what I've agreed is that you're going to do some pre-consultation with the schools, and then the council will lead the full consultation rather than going to the regional council.
Oh, look, I'm happy with doing that, but what the specific was, I'm hearing it
through you, Madam Chair. I think well, we'll go through one by one, and I just want to make a correction.
How about we do that?
Yeah.
May I suggest through the chair that
because we have work to do.
So we'll focus quickly on those in red. So 2E, request officers to work with Greater Wellington Regional Council to understand likely impacts of speed changes and bus travel times. We're happy with that. 2F, request officers to do further work on Let's Get Wellington Moving program opportunities, high quality, accessible, grade separated solutions, etc. Cyclists, we're happy with that as well. 3B, the new 3B, agree officers conduct preliminary engagement with schools to help them inform a draft speed management plan for reporting to council in advance of a wider public consultation that will be also undertaken by council prior to the regional process where possible. Planned to take place in mid-2023. We're comfortable with that. That's effectively what we've crafted in the adjournment.
And the key point is the...
Yeah. Sorry, Joe?
The key point is the words in brackets that says this will be undertaken by the council prior to the regional process where possible. And the where possible
My
caveat,
apologies, that's been inserted.
Just quickly, through you, Madam Chair, the where possible caveat, Joe, is...
Where possible caveat relates to certain provisions in the rule that says if we're too close to the regional process, then we must use that process.
Yep.
Okay, 5 and 6, we're comfortable with that as well, which relates to naming Kahongareo, Kura and for Te Reo to be included in those signs. 7, so 5 and 6, agree the officers work with Waka Kotahi for the naming, the Te Reo naming, that's 5 and 6.
Can we just get some clarity on what you can do with traffic signs and what traffic signs we're talking about? Because I was under the understanding that we were only able to do some signs just in one language, just in English.
Waka Kotahi has made a decision on the...
Well, it says to implement. That's not figuring out. That's to
About how to do it.
investigators.
Just like we did with the traffic signal.
Yeah, I think that's accurate, Your Worship.
It's where possible. Okay, if it's possible, it's possible. Yeah.
7, agree that public housing be added to the criteria listed in 2B.
So does that mean no public housing, like Arlington?
Public. Thank you, Councillor Young.
So English, right? Keep going.
I kept it together for most of it. 8, request officers to prepare a traffic resolution process to change the speed limit within the existing lower speed zone in Newtown. You've had advice from officers that we're comfortable and are able to do that. 9, direct officers to prepare a traffic resolution process to change the speed limit within the existing lower speed zone of Happy Valley Road. Now, I've got advice that was supported and has received council support in the past, Sean, so just to clarify your conversation with Mr Singh.
Thank you. My conversation was that he advised that was not supported. Right. I can ring Mr Singh now.
Could you do that and get some clarity for Councillor Fitzsimons? Would be great. Thank you.
I'll just step out.
Number 10, direct officers to investigate physical works to improve pedestrian safety near pedestrian crossings in Main Road Tahua between the south end of Redwood Avenue, McLennan Street, acknowledging that the much needed speed reductions are likely to take longer than previously indicated the community, and that's Councillor Jill Day. Can I get some clarity on that, Joe, as well, in terms of officer support?
And Councillor Condi.
And Councillor Condi, my apologies, Councillor Condi.
That is supported. The process will be that will be included in the list of requests that Mr Singh's team has to deal with.
Great.
Right, good.
That's the end of the substantive, but we have, and we don't, that's correct, the advice stays the same.
Right, okay, so Mayor Foster, question?
Oh, sorry, Chair.
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes, Liz Kelly, of course, you're next.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I've been waiting very patiently.
Yep. Sorry, this is a long list.
Okay, thank you.
Chairperson,
Thanks very much.
Sorry, Liz. Can I just make a suggestion that all the officer-supported amendments are just moved via a vote? I'm just thinking efficiency. Apologies for...
Oh, no, I've already moved them.
I have a...
Yep.
Okay.
Right, okay, but thanks for asking. Okay, Liz Kelly.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just ask a question? Because I've been waiting patiently where you all have had your conversations there, and I don't know what you've been talking about, but I'm looking at this amendment, and quite frankly, it looks a mess. It looks like you guys have tried to write a paper through amendments, and I'm just wondering, is it better that we have this paper lay on the table and have the officers go away and come back with all what you're talking about?
That's a political question which I will respond to. Okay, it's not an officer response. Okay, but we've heard and I'll respond. Okay, Councillor Foon.
I actually wasn't finished, Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry, apologies. What other questions?
Well, the questions that I've got is that 3B and 2G and 2H, don't they just, if you're doing something in order, wouldn't those be what you would have and you don't really need all of the other things? Because it seems to me what we're trying to do is we're going out to consultation, but we're actually preempting the answer that we want by saying that this is what we want you to consult on. Is that correct?
That is a speech. So you're
No, I'm asking you, is that correct?
Yeah. So basically, you can just vote as you like. It's just basically an in-principle thing. Then we ask the community, and we have a discussion. Okay.
And
right.
it's taking 12. It's taking 12 amendments for you guys to do that.
And this has been delayed by a week.
Right. It has been delayed by a week. Right. Councillor Foon, just with a question. Yeah, did you have a question?
Sorry.
Okay, that's fine. Right, is that all the questions done? Yep. Okay, right. Councillor Calvert.
Can I, would I be able to move an amendment to lay this paper on the table to the next available meeting?
I'll second that.
I don't even necessarily.
Okay, so, and when are you laying it on the table to?
Okay. You do it? Okay, well, let's to do it. Yeah, and why don't you second it?
Just need a date.
To the next available meeting. It seems to me that the officers have got enough information from all the councillors what their concerns are. When is the next available meeting? Could we have some officer advice?
So until August. So the next Pūroro Āmua committee for August is around.
Just say August. I'm not.
Yeah. Okay. In August. Yep.
So you want me to move that, Madam Chair, that this lay on the table to August?
Yeah, that's fine. So you're seconding Liz Kelly?
Oh, am I?
Yeah,
I'm not moving.
Right. Okay.
Am I
Thank
seconding?
you.
Whatever.
Okay. So Hayley's just going to get the wording right, and we'll just make sure that we're all good before we vote. That's. No, it's a procedural motion. No, you can't. So it's to delay it. So it's to lay it on the table. Yeah, it does. No, it's just, it says lay it on the table. Right. Okay. So if people can vote. So if you want to lay it on the table, green. If you want to keep going today and get it done, the red button.
No, sorry, this is.
That was 50. So that is carried. So it's laid on the table. Right. Okay. So we will do some more work before August. Right. Okay. So the next paper, Councillor Paul, you are introducing. Oh, sorry. The officers are introducing. Sorry.
Yes. So
the officers are introducing.
Is it housing? Is it?
It is the housing paper.
So Sam McEwen will introduce. Is Sam in the room? Okay, kapai.
Can we do the adjourned?
Who's? Oh, Sean's going to do that. Sean.
Joe and Sean again, does it?
Sean, would you like to introduce the AdShell paper, the advertising public places?
Right. Okay. There is no Lord.
He's not that much on you.
No influence on me. Particularly if it's a male one. Right. Mr. Ordain, we are looking forward to hearing you. Just any new points on the eggshell?
I will keep it brief. Before you is a paper that lays out an approach to street furniture advertising. The main thrust of the paper is to move us from a situation where street furniture advertising is controlled through a monopoly contract to a regulatory regime in which more than one provider or a single provider can operate. Attached is a series of guidelines. Those guidelines are based upon the ones that are used by Metlink, and they aim to get a consistent, regulated approach to advertising on our street furniture in the public realm.
Right. Any questions, councillors? Deputy Mayor Free.
It's not a question, but just a note.
No, it is.
It's about the amendment.
No.
Wording. All right.
Sorry, it needs to be a question.
Okay. Mr. Ordain, would you suggest a different type of wording for the television type advertising?
Oh, right. Yeah. Yes, he had.
Yes, councillor. I don't have my computer with me, but I believe I described a moving digital screen advertising.
I believe it. Would it be?
That does sound like something I would say, yes.
Are we able to adjust that wording?
Yes, we can. That's a, sorry, I obviously didn't forward the email on, so yep. Are you able to, is that all good? Okay. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Just in the paper, it excludes political advertising, and it's got some other aspects of it. When I first read it, I was kind of broadly happy with that, but then the mayor and a few others kind of questioned it, and I was like, actually, why are we doing that? Surely we should be happy to accept that money. Is there any kind of analysis done around how that might conflict with other restrictions, or was it just a sort of seen as a good idea, and was there a Bill of Rights analysis done?
There wasn't a Bill of Rights analysis done. That was based on a similar prohibition in the Metlink guidelines. The effect of the political advertising also tends to have the effect of dealing with campaigns that can be difficult to classify, say anti-abortion, that kind of thing.
That was my question. That's what I was asking, whether it was because of the impact on other categories, or was it a more broad...
Yes, yes, that is the main reason for that.
Okay, thanks.
Well, can I ask a follow-up question? Because I was the one that wrote that up. Just given that there are broad powers, to protect from discrimination, protect freedom of speech, why would we have a problem with any kind of political advertising unless it was discriminatory or was hate speech? I mean, I might not agree with something, but I think people have the right to say it.
The major thrust of that is terms like hate speech weren't clearly defined within the law when the regulation or the guidelines that Metlink drafted were drawn up. I have looked for legal definitions of hate speech. I will draw the committee's attention to the fact I'm a town planner, not a lawyer, but I have not yet found a sort of universally accepted one within a New Zealand jurisdiction.
Okay, well, what about if, as long as it doesn't breach the Human Rights Act, wouldn't it be acceptable? So I'm just struggling a bit with why, how it's actually justified in law. Yeah, but the law is the law. We do have freedom of speech, but you're not allowed to discriminate. So,
I believe that the reason for using a political qualification is it makes the administration of that simpler, so that officers are not in the position of having to determine what hate speech is.
Yeah, okay, well, I did that to help a colleague. I did, but I guess I did put the political stuff in because I thought that it was protected under the law, and it's not about the administration, it's about whether it's lawful to restrict someone's right to freedom of speech. So have you got a legal opinion on that?
I do not have a legal opinion.
Yeah, I'm actually quite concerned about that because, is it legal, essentially?
Given the guidelines are in operation across the public transport system, that does suggest that it is legal. However, we will source a legal opinion to confirm that.
Well, the problem is though I'm going to be moving that amendment today to remove it from the list of exclusions. So as long as it's, not breaching the Human Rights Act. So I am, well, no, quite seriously, because if that means that we're going to restrict. No. This is not about whether I've got any support for it. I want to know whether this is lawful to exclude. But, Ms. Mackey, do you have it? Oh, you're going. I will call you. Okay. I'm just wondering if we can get hold of Beth.
I think, Madam Chair, I think it'd be unfair to bring Beth down here and ask a question of such complexity. So, look, to Councillor Fitzsimmons' suggestion, you could lay this also on the table, and we can come back to you with further advice about this particular amendment you want to.
Yeah, I think I will. I feel that. We might as well. I do feel strongly about it. I feel strongly enough about it, so I'm going to move. Yeah.
This hasn't been moved to second yet, so we don't need it for a second.
We don't even need.
Just not move it.
So
and we will bring it back.
So I'm not going to move this paper. Through the chief executive, through Liam, can. Liam. So just that you're going to remove the paper and I'll have a further conversation with you. Yep. Well, we've got a light agenda in August. It's all good.
Yeah.
It's Kaitley's. Yeah, I know.
She's not going to be able to answer this.
I might just ask for an adjournment and seek some advice.
Yeah, we're just going to take an adjournment of 5 minutes. Thank you. I did. Yeah, I'm sorry about this. So I'm not going to move this paper. I'm just going to get some talk to officers and talk to colleagues about the implications for the Human Rights Act. So I know I'm sorry about this, but we just have to get this right. So we are going to now move on to the housing paper.
Oh, it's just been canned as well.
No, we don't. It's not. We're not moving it. We're not laying it on the table.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just inviting Sam up to the table to introduce the Housing Action Plan update.
This one will be done. We'll get it through. What's that?
Got nothing for you.
Okay, right. Councillor Day, you're leaving us now? Okay, great. Let's all have a good afternoon. See ya. Right. Yes.
Thank you, councillors. We're not asking for a decision on anything today, just to take the paper as read. The purpose of the paper is to provide some project updates on the Housing Action Plan report and more detailed updates, in particular on the Te Kaianga work programme. There are updates on the Te Kaianga delivery programme, which had shown some delays primarily due to construction supply chain issues and COVID-related resource shortages. These issues are being actively managed and mitigated where possible. Further programme updates will be provided early next year. The paper outlines the 12-month evaluation of Te Kaianga Aroha, which had similar results to the 6-month evaluation. We saw some drop in the satisfaction with quality and maintenance, which is likely to do with some teething problems of the new building. That said, satisfaction with our tenancy managers have addressed these and followed up with tenants has increased. So if you've got any questions, happy to.
Great, thank you. Councillor Paul.
Sam, thank you for this report. I was just wondering, the group Te Tākai Maru Tangata Rōpū, who's on that, like roughly, like what, is it made up of council officers, or so that's the mana whenua?
That's right.
Council group, yeah, I was just interested in the membership.
Oh gosh, I think we've got Beck on Zoom. If she's there, she might just be able to give you a rundown of that membership. I just don't have it to hand. Thanks, Beck.
Kia ora. Yep, I'm here. So yes, that's we've got members from Ngāti Toa, so Helmet sits on it. We have members from Te Atiawa, Taranaki Whānui, and from time to time, Kahanunu Whānau services as well. And then there's officers to support and bring in the council view as well.
Cool, thank you.
Okay.
And I've got another question.
Yes,
on the Te Kāinga apartments, I was just interested to see that some of those apartments are vacant at the moment. And I couldn't quite find why that is. Is that because the criteria is too narrow? Or what is the reason for that?
We're looking into the criteria at the moment to see if that's perhaps an issue, but we've also, there's a lot of the 3 beds that have been vacant for a while. So that having 3 beds was to appeal to families living within the central city. So we just haven't seen that really materialise for 3 beds. But we are doing a little bit of research and looking into how we can market these to a broader audience. And yeah.
Yep, you can. So if you want to work on that amendment while Councillor Matthews asks her question or questions.
Kia ora. Yes, my question was just about the tenant surveys. How often are they done, and how long is it anticipated that they continue? Because as I mentioned myself, it does seem a little bit overkill. Sometimes you get that feeling of dread when you get an email from your landlord. You want less, you want fewer emails rather than more.
Yeah, so Beck might be able to speak to this a bit better than I, but my understanding was that back when we first discussed doing an evaluation, it would be a 6-monthly evaluation of it. Is that correct, Beck?
So for initially with the new buildings, we would do a 6-month check-in and then a 12-month, and then it would go to annually after that. Although we're still to work out what that ongoing survey would be like, but we wanted to make sure, with being new buildings and a new product that council was offering, we wanted to understand how tenants were finding it in that first 12 months. So it's not intended to be every 6 months forever. Maybe 12 months, but yeah, we'll see.
So the folk in Aroha will get a break for a while, and then we'll move on to 203 and assess those.
Okay. Can I ask a question about Te Mahana? It's a bit of a request for a little bit of accountability, because I did read the report a little bit. So I was there when it was heralded with great fanfare. So would you say it's been a success? I appreciate there has been a housing crisis too, but we did say we were going to end homelessness. So where are we at? And I guess has an evaluation been done so that as we move into the next phase, we can learn from the previous work? Because it sounds like it sounds almost like we're setting up something else again when we'd already done a whole lot of work.
Yeah, so we have evaluated, or we're in the process of evaluating it, and that's sort of informing in part some of the work that Te Tākai Tangata Maru is looking into, and so looking at where that's worked and not worked, and what is the next thing, and how do we make sure that whatever our next steps are in addressing homelessness, it is we learn from Te Mahana and we do better. So has it been successful? I don't know if I could answer that question.
Maybe I need to talk to Jenny Rains. So when will that evaluation be completed?
or I couldn't tell you. I can ask Jenny Rains and get a comment from her on it.
Okay, yeah, it's important. And just my other question was, the 3-bedroom apartments. Have you got much feedback from families that they are meeting the needs?
So my understanding is that we've had a family through for a wee while that lived there, and they've moved on, and we've had those vacant for a wee while now. So yeah, we haven't, not my understanding of the evaluations, that we've had any feedback from families as to how that's met their needs.
And there was one apartment we were shown which had an internal window, which apparently isn't great. So. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we just don't know. Councillor Calvert was making a practical point around the amount of storage that we might make available for people, all the paraphernalia of babyhood and all the rest of it. Yeah, it would be useful to get some feedback. Again, Councillor Matthews' point is fair. You don't want to be intrusive, but it would be good to know, just given it's apartment living for families is a little less common than for other kinds of groups.
Yeah, certainly we can look into that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you. Right. Other questions, councillors? Sorry, Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, you sort of did ask one of my questions. It was about, are we asking the right questions? Perhaps when we're surveying not only existing tenants, but people who come and look at the properties for Taikanga that decide not to take up a tenancy. Are we asking them why it doesn't meet their needs?
I'll have to see. Is Sue's on the line there, Beck, just in regard to the question from Councillor Calvert? Hi, Sue.
Yes, we did. As part of the survey, we did survey the mail-in list. So we've got about 800 people on our mail-in list at the moment, and they were surveyed at a relatively low uptake on that survey compared to the one that we did last year. Some of the feedback last year was around the application process and timing with other people's tenancies ending. But this time around, there was nothing that sort of stood out in terms of things we can change right now with regards to why they didn't apply in the end.
Okay, all right. I think that'd be quite useful, because of they choosing not to take let's say a 3-bedroom one. Why those reasons? Is it cost? Is it amenities? Location would be good to know. My next questions around the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund for Johnsonville. And you say that if we're successful with a $16 million contribution, it will accelerate the development of at least 200 homes across the 2 sites. So you're talking about the old library and the Stride development.
That's right, yeah.
And when you say $16 million contribution, what is the total cost?
We're still working with Wellington Water on getting an understanding of what the cost will be for the work that they've proposed as part of the application.
Right.
So, yeah, we've asked for a contribution from Kaingaora of 17 million toward that.
Okay, so but at this stage, whoever's looking after that fund has said you can put in a bid for 16 million, is it? Or you can put in a bid for more?
Yes, so when we did our application originally, the costings for the work at a very high level by Wellington Water was around that 16 million mark, and that's what we've applied for with Kaingaora. But we've got to go away and do some work on that just to make sure that those costs are finalised once we get into, feasibility and concept design and all the rest.
Okay, and so have you got an ETA for when you think the negotiations would have concluded?
We're just still working with Kaingaora. We had a workshop with them recently just to get to that negotiation stage. So yeah, we're just working through with that.
Okay, so that's Kaingaora. So what about Stride? Are they part of the picture as well of this?
They're insofar as that they will be included in the use of the infrastructure that would be part of the fund, yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So just to clarify, but is one of these sites is the Stride development site?
Yeah, so there'll be many sites will be serviced by the work that, so all across Johnsonville, it'll help to accelerate housing in that area.
Okay, so it's not just across, so it includes those two sites, but it's not just focused on those two sites?
No, it'll be Johnsonville will definitely across the board benefit from any upgrades that happen.
Okay, and is the council, we've got, was that the only bid that we put in for the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund?
There were two other bids that went through, but they never got past the initial application process.
And is there an opportunity to put any further bids in?
No, it's closed now. It's
okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Foster.
Just one question, just with respect to Te Kāinga. If we've got that sort of level of vacancy, how are we tracking in terms of its washing its own face?
I'll have to have a bit of a look into it, but yeah, we're obviously wanting it to continue, that it'll be sustainable.
Be good to get that picture.
Yeah, we'll just have to make sure that we continue to push and market the units so that we don't.
But at least so we also know how it's tracking in terms of the cost versus the revenue.
Sure.
Cool, brilliant. Thank you.
Thanks.
Can move the motion.
Kia ora, thanks everyone. I'm happy to move this paper. Glad we're making a decision, although we're actually not making decisions, we're only noting it. Oh, what a day. Thanks so much to all the awesome people who have brought us this housing report. It's really awesome to see all of the moving parts and everything that's going on. I'm really excited about this Te Tākai Maru Tangata Rōpū. It made me reflect on what Karapuki Tapu Dentist said at the signing of Te Tākai Here, that agreement is about solving homelessness. So it's awesome to see that commitment so soon after that signing. Interested to know what that group gets up to, and if we could get some more reporting back to that to this committee, that would be awesome, because obviously we want to support the work that they're doing to end homelessness. I've just got a request in there to ask for some more information on homelessness specifically in the next few months, because I have noticed an increase in rough sleeping in the central city for sure, and I don't think we've had that analysis since COVID, so it would be really good to see what is going on in that space and make sure that we're being proactive, especially now that the Te Mahana strategy has expired. It would also be cool, if possible, if we could get maybe Murray Edridgen to come and talk to us about what him and the City Mission are planning over the next few years to help out with that situation. I think we don't talk about homelessness enough around the table, and so some report back would be good. And also, I've got a request here to for you guys to come back and talk about or for us to discuss the criteria of the Te Kāinga program. It's nuts to me that those would be vacant in this housing climate. I know lots of student groups, tertiary student groups, who are in, dilapidated flats, who would probably love to be in an apartment at 80% of market rent. So there must be an issue here. Either the criteria is too narrow or we're not advertising in the right places. So if that could come back, that would be cool, and maybe even some of what the Mayor was suggesting there about, some analysis on if it's washing its face or not. So that would be cool for us to... Yeah, exactly. So some more stuff on Te Kāinga later on in the year would be awesome to make sure we're keeping those full. But otherwise, it all looks really good. Thank you for the update. And looking forward to talking about it some more in August. Kia ora.
Thank you. Who'd like to second? Mayor Foster, would you like to speak? Right, Councillor O'Neill, thank you.
As the councillor at the Ending Homelessness portfolio, and talk a little bit to Te Mahana, and just noting, I guess, like the amount of work that's been done and the transition that's taken place as Manda's moved out of that role and we've got new people into that role. And having the Te Mahana review was a really early piece of the work that the team was talking about doing. And it's great to see that, we're not just leaving it down to ending temporary homelessness over COVID lockdown. And I'm really excited for this work. And then, just to very briefly acknowledge, I guess, the work around the Pāniki Promise as being a huge part, and our social housing network sustainability is all going towards that kaupapa. And I've just had the privilege to see that mahi evolve, and I think with the rollout and with more people like Manda becoming more senior in the organisation, it's a very exciting time to see this mahi transform. And just to acknowledge all the councillors around the table that have were a part of bringing in Te Mahana, and to note that exploration is not a note that it hasn't served a really good purpose, but now the relationship with iwi has dictated that it's time to move on and bring in an even better one. Kia ora.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Right, you don't need a right of reply, presumably, if we can vote. Thank you. This one. Yep, we are nearly done. It's the karakia once this is done. No, because we've already debated the paper, so we can't. Sorry. Oh, right. Sorry. These are the people who are not here. Apologies. Right. Okay. So that passes unanimously. So that concludes the meeting. If you could stand for the karakia.
Unu hia, ki te uru tapu nui. Kia wātea, kia mama, te nākau, te tinana, te wairua. He te ara taka tū. Koe rā e rongo, whakārea aki ki runga. Kia wātea, ai rā kua wātea.